Use. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are. Holy Hail Mary, a home built on scripture, on faith without fear. The whole try to silence, but his voice remains. Here's the echoes, crazy to say, we are. We fly together. We are This is unironically my number one Spotify rap song. It's not even a joke. There's more to the lyrics of the song that I didn't even know existed. It's not that JD Vance doesn't sing the song. In my mind, I sing the song. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday. But let's be real. It's Saturday, and normally it would be a Saturday fun day, but today we're obviously going to be doing more than just your singing dishonors me, says Anon386. You mean my singing is goated and it actually honors you the most. Anyway, Hasan, can you tell me who makes the shirt you wore in your most recent stream? I've been looking nonstop. I haven't eaten. What was I wearing? I don't remember. What was the shirt I was wearing in my most recent stream? Anyway, chat, safe to unmute. It's never safe to unmute. You never know when it might come back. If you're worried about We Are Charlie Kirk, bro, you're fit looking messy today. It's cozy. I'm cozy. I'm cozied up. I'm cozy till. Oh, is it the flannel I was wearing? It's Chinese. Good luck. You'll never find it. I got it in China. That song is pretty terrible. You're wrong. It's probably the best song of all time.
Charlie Kirk. We carry the flag.
Respect. Respect to that baby. That's a baby that knows ball. That's a ball-knowing baby. So, anyway, where were we? Oh, that's right. It is Saturday. Can you look at the camera head on for a moment? Someone commissioned a drawing of you. Lol, it's hard to get. Snap without the... Did it. Okay, I'm one more second of that stupid song away from unsubbing. Yeah, that's why. We gotta purge. We gotta purge in subscriptions. I went from like 45K to 38K subscribers. This is sub 40K. I'm washed. I've fallen off. I don't know what happened this time last month, but yeah, we're washed. Jima out here standing you. My fear and family. Aw. Send them all out. All the illegal subs. Yeah. All right. I'm currently going through LAX Customs, showing them We Are Charlie Kirk instead of my passport. Good. They'll let you in expeditiously. All right. So this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. It is currently Saturday, December 6th, and it's 10:49 a.m. and I am live earlier than usual. And the reason why I'm live earlier than usual is because it's going to be a shorter stream today than usual because it's the streamer awards today. Is it true Turks wear perfume and hair wax while home alone playing video games? Yes, that's 100% true, especially the perfume stuff. Dublin relocation when? I like that you guys immediately go, oh, you're going to relocate to the next place that you've went to. I've noticed your subs are always lower when you travel all. I think people don't like it when you are gone from your desktop. Yes, it's true. Yes, that's what it is. Anyway, what's the fit for the awards? Don't worry, it's not this, but I got a really good one. How jet lagged are you? Welcome back. Please go shopping with Will Neff again. No, that's not happening. Will Neff's not even going to the Streamer Awards. He's doing a 24-hour stream with Wubby. And I am on the other side going to the Streamer Awards, and I already have a fit. The Streamer Awards host, Cutie Cinderella. Oh my gosh, she's doing a BBC hit? That's crazy. They're all trying to be me, bro. They're all trying to be me. Anyway. Where was I? Oh yeah. Okay. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's precisely what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I guess I ended the broadcast in Belfast on Thursday night, and then I didn't stream yesterday because yesterday, Friday, was a full day of travel. We went from Belfast down to Dublin. We had bought our tickets on this like random third-party application called Ninja Rail. Highly do not recommend it. Okay, high key, do not recommend it because it cooked us. Like they just kept pushing our tickets. They just kept canceling the ticket. I was like, what the fuck is this? So I asked the boys. I was like, is this like a thing that happens in Belfast? And they were like, oh yeah, it might be because like I don't know, something's going on with the rail or whatever. So basically, we got a 10 a.m. They canceled it, so we got an 11 a.m. And then right before the 11 a.m., they canceled it as well. And we were like, what the fuck's going on? So we went to the goddamn train station. It's raining. And the guys at the train station were like, yeah, we don't actually work with those, with this company. And they might have just like scammed you guys. So we went and we bought new tickets there. But this way, we were able to enjoy the economy seats as well on the train, which is identical to the business class. Let's be real. It's like there's not that much of a difference between them. It's pretty awesome. And it was a fantastic return trip. However, so many different things had to basically work in unison for us to be able to make it onto this flight because it was getting close, right? Because if we had left at 10 a.m., it would have been fine. 2-hour journey. And the flight out from Dublin is at, was at like 3:20 or something, right? So I was thinking, oh yeah, we'll barely be able to make it. Anyway, yeah, Rail Ninja is a scam. Yes, do not use it. So, did you film the Black Cab tour? Yes, I filmed everything. There's going to be a lot of exclusive content for the VOD this time around. We're going to make a whole vlog, possibly put it on the main channel as well. So it's going to be dope. In any case, I'm sad kneecap fell through. I love those boys. Yeah, I think you guys don't understand. I didn't get to hang out with the boys, but I hung out with their entire family. Like everyone that I saw in Belfast was their immediate family members. And I don't mean like because everyone's a cousin in Belfast because Catholics reproduce like rappers. I'm talking like straight up. Nisha's brother was on stream. The dude I was hanging out with is Nisha's brother. Anyway, so they showed us a great time. They showed us an amazing time. And it was great. It was great. We had a fantastic time in Belfast. I really loved Belfast, and I love the politics of Belfast in general. But yeah, where was I? Oh, so we'll talk about the FIFA award, of course, for Donald Trump. But IRL streams wise, I think like some of the best IRLs I've done, especially that tour was so good. The Revolutionary tour was so good. But yeah. So we get down to Dublin. It's raining. It's Friday. we didn't realize that when it's raining and it's in the middle of a Friday, it's virtually impossible to get a cab. It's virtually impossible to get an Uber. It's virtually impossible to get a cab. We're just sitting there out in the rain, and it's like raining. It's not raining vertically like it normally would. It's raining, or no, sorry. Yeah, it's not raining vertically. It's raining horizontally. Okay. Also, I hit the huh on that. I don't know why. I have a Liverpool Scouser accent. Yeah, it was raining sideways, bro. It was raining sideways. Okay. It was weird. And the reason why it was raining sideways is because of the wind. It was crazy. It was fucked up. So cold, so unimaginably cold. Everything is wet. All of our bags are just like drenched. Okay, they're just wet. Everything is wet. We're waiting for fucking Uber. A Uber finally picks us up, takes us to the airport. We had 1 minute, with 1 minute to spare on when the check-in like deadline was, right? Because international travel, you can basically check in an hour prior to boarding. So once you pass that hour prior to boarding, they don't let you check in your luggage. I had already checked in general, but I had to, check in my luggage as well. So like I had to beg the people in front of us to cut because we had like basically 4 minutes or 5 minutes left at that point, and they let us cut it. We got in, they let us get the fast pass or whatever. And then we went through the fast pass. And the reason why I'm explaining all of this is because like inside of the Dublin airport, like so many different unique things had to work in a row, in perfect succession that if any number of different things had not worked out, if like, for example, the Uber, if March hadn't like called a Uber as a backup, we would not have been able to get on the flight. Typical American, you're always late. Yeah, the reason why it was actually like that this time around was almost entirely out of our hands. The reason, if I hadn't been like March, we have to go to the fucking train station. We can't try to get this ticket off of the internet. We would have literally been stuck in Belfast. So we did all of these things in a row. And if I hadn't talked to the people to cut in front of them, we would not have been able to get onto the flight. And I also found out something unique about the Dublin airport. And my brother says that they have it in other places as well. But I saw this in Dublin airport and I thought it was interesting. U.S. Customs pre-check in Dublin. Technically, when you fly from Ireland, it's like a domestic travel for that reason. When it lands, when your airplane from Dublin lands, it lands as though it's a domestic airplane. It's like domestic travel because U.S. Customs and Border Patrol is in Ireland. I guess they have that in Canada as well. I didn't know that, but yeah, you get pre-checked. There is a literal American sitting inside of a booth, and it looks identical to the U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. And they make you do a secondary TSA screening where you still have to take your shoes off, which is weird because you don't have to take your shoes off at TSA in America anymore. But basically, it's they have it's technically U.S. soil on the inside of the Dublin airport. It's odd, but it was very convenient once. It was very convenient once we actually were able to get to the United States of America. So that was cool. But yeah, we did that. I slept the entire flight. Slept so hard that I didn't even actually eat the food on the flight because normally you get to at least consume the food, right? But I slept so hard that they didn't even wake me up, or they tried to wake me up, but it didn't work out. I burned through the entire flight, slept through the entire flight, got home. And while we were in the Uber back home, both March and I were already pre-firing our Uber Eats delivery because, listen, I love Ireland. I love the people, okay? I love the politics. But goddamn was the food so bad. I'm sorry. Ireland, Irish food, okay? Irish food, potato chips are better than American potato chips. I will stand on that, okay? Or as they call it, crisps. Straight up better than America. Okay, 100%. But food in general was so bad. Like the spice bag was the best thing I had. The spice bag was the best thing I had in Ireland. Straight up. And it's not hotel food either. I'm not just talking about hotel food. Shut up. Hotel food is not a good marker, Unc. Oh my God. Dude. I didn't just consume hotel food, okay? But basically, we pre-fired our Uber because like I needed some fucking spice and seasoning in my life. I needed it so bad. Marsh got burritos. I got Japanese katsu, chicken katsu, curry, tonkotsu. Like I got a bunch of different things, and I downed that shit while watching Severance. Which, by the way, I'm almost done with season 2. I rewatched season 1 in its entirety on this trip, and it's bomb as hell. And I'm halfway through season 2. Okay, but yeah, excellent show. Apple TV is carrying the torch of premiere television. So, yeah, I basically fast traveled, passed out, and then instantly passed out again after I was done eating my Japanese katsu. I ate my Japanese katsu and I passed out again on the couch, lights on and everything. Okay, and then I woke up and then I passed out again, only to wake up early in the morning around 5 a.m. or 4 a.m. trying to go back to sleep. Couldn't go back to sleep. Worked out in the morning. You already know what it is, and we are here. Okay. I don't know why or how I end up doing this, but I just sleep so much after I travel. I sleep so much after I travel. I guess it's a good thing, or maybe it's because I have so much sleep debt where I. You know, your Audi falls asleep on planes. Yeah, my Audi is a seasoned traveler. Do your suitcases get a break for a while? I think so. Are you aware your recent trip made Graham Linehan mauled? Who the fuck is that? Is that the really ugly transphobe guy? I'm not aware, but why would I be aware of that? But also, who cares? America fell apart without you? I don't think so. I think America was fine. Getting a white beard so young? Yeah, it's because I'm a Twitch streamer, and it has aged me tremendously. Like, look at this. Look at this, bro. I have like white beards on the bottom of my chin now. It's seasonal. You're entering your Santa era. Guess who's sitting next to you today?
Here, Christian's calling me.
So what happened? I heard there was some drama, some drams, but I have no idea what's going on. Your Audi games. Your Audi can sing vibrato. Your Audi Turkish oil wrestles. Your Audi wins all streamer awards. Yeah, my Audi is good while I'm bad. You're gonna be full white by the time you go get 40. Yes, probably. Probably. Do you see that yellow border around your Chrome? Yes. I don't know what it is. I don't know why it's on it, but it's fine, I think.
Hello?
Hasan, did you ask to sit next to Hasan?
No.
Be honest.
No.
Be honest. Did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you're the reason our fucking table got switched. You hate gay people so much.
Wait, you don't want to sit next to him?
No, I do. I'm just saying that we all asked to sit next to each other, and then because you asked to be sat next to Hasan, we were moved from the table with Peach and Caroline in them.
Wait, that actually kind of makes me feel special. Hello?
You're sitting next to Hasan, or that you have the pull to be able to get us to move us?
Both.
Okay. I was really excited to sit next to Peach, but I don't think I'm sitting next to Peach anymore, so I hope it's worth sitting next to your other boyfriend. Maybe I'll go sit next to my girlfriend then.
No. Christian, you think about, you're going to hurt Hasan's feelings by saying this.
Hasan literally has gone on multiple anti-theater kid rants, okay? So if we're going to talk about hurting feelings...
Anti-theater kid rants?
Yeah, he'll be able. He can handle me saying that I was excited to sit next to Peach, and now I'm not sitting next to Peach.
Yeah, I don't want to sit next to Austin. What the hell is this? I don't mind sitting next to Christian though. What is this drama? Austin like reconfigured the seating arrangement once again. That's a classic Austin move. Of course he did. Lamau, you sat next to him last year? I know. He just loves sitting next to me. I just know if we're sitting next to last year when I sat next to him, I'm excited to see you tonight, King. Christian, don't fucking lie to me, okay? I saw what you're saying. You're pissed off that you have to sit next to me, which is understandable because I am a homophobe and I'm going to say slurs the entire night. Okay? I don't lie historically. Okay, well, that's also a lie. You've single-handedly made me more homophobic. Okay. And I was already maxed out, I thought, but turns out I'm not. In any case, let's finish this video.
I just need a little break from theater. That's all.
Oh, he's using me to communicate to Christian that he is not on board with the theater kid stuff either. Are you wearing a dress at the Streamer Awards? Are you wearing a dress to the Streamer? What? Like, do you mean just like, am I dressing up for the Streamer Awards? The answer is yes. I don't know why you think, like, what? Like a dress? Why not? I don't know. Valid question. Sitting next to Hasan is so anti-Semitic. Chat, is this worse than Hitler? Good one, chatter.
Oh, so that's why you got us moved from the fucking team?
Yes, I needed somebody who didn't enjoy show tunes as much. I just need just a little break.
Think about what you've done. Think about what you've done.
All right.
We could have had it all.
I know.
In the deed.
All right. Oh, we'll talk to you later. Bye.
Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Are we doing a Drip or Drown? No, dude. What are you talking about? No, I'm going to do the regular news stream, regular news coverage today. And then afterwards, I'm going to do my regular news coverage. And then afterwards, I'm going to, what's this? Oh, it's Crackboy Mental. You can take her out. Yeah. My family's here. This is what...
Dance for me, Mr. Tato Man. Won't you dance for me, Mr. Tato Man? Don't you know you're a very handsome man? Let me love on your cheese and onion. Dance for me, Mr. Tato Man. Won't you dance for me, Mr. Tato Man? Don't you know you're a very handsome man?
This is a W. Yeah, this is W Cultural Exchange. This is W Cultural Exchange. Also, the Tato. The Tatos are pretty fire, bro. Is that Lacey? It's Lachlan.
No, these fiends can't hack it. They don't wanna step to the man in the jacket. He got crisp packets, he made them with magic. And he's more Irish than bacon and cabbage. 20 pounds of potato thickness. And he's so smooth, flow through you like liquid. I love Monster Munch and the Triple Crunch. And a pack of snacks is healthy for lunch.
What is this? Pick of you and Will? Bro, support is wild these days. It's true. What? What's the issue? What's the issue? Tato Landwen, which podcast guests are y'all aiming for on Fear Ann? I don't know. Hidden gem nominees. I just love Puzzle Cooks, a Hasan hater. Yeah, I saw this. People were telling me that I got an accidental defense, which I love. I just love puzzles is the hidden gem nominee, and she was talking about. She tweeted about this. She said, "My Fear and family. I told the stream they can call me Grandma Neff or Jima Kwan now. I love them all as much as I do my kids. In the midst of criticism, Hasan has quietly been a true blessing to me. It hurts to see the way he's treated publicly. Thank you all for everything. Love you."
While
I
we
don't
have
know. I don't know where this came from, but I appreciate it. I love hearing that. All right, guys, can we please? I'm streaming. There's a lot of commotion happening right next to me. You guys can't hear because, yeah. Thank you. But I don't know where this came from, but thank you. I'm not used to getting this kind of support. I'm not used to getting this kind of support from people in the streaming community. So respect.
train, but while we have so many people in the chat, guys, if you're doing your streamer award voting today, I just love puzzles and hidden gem. Please. That is my Gma. That is the light of the platform right now, and let's all come together and get her a fucking award, please.
Amen.
Gma is huge with all the other leftist streamers. Will too, of course. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I really hope she wins the hidden gem. Damn, for real, I find it hard to buy streamers don't show support for you except for the right-wing freaks. No, no, I don't. And then guy with a Hasan Piker is a psyop username says they don't even follow you on here. I'm old and ignorant to how this all works. Is there an app that alerts you every time his name is mentioned without even being tagged? Do you just respond during waking hours or do you jump up from your sleep? Is there a list of responses you choose from? Just curious. Yeah. She comes in here every so often. I just love puzzles, a gem for real. Hell yeah. Yes, it's true though. I did follow her just now, but I don't know why it didn't go through. She loves watching streamer and get parasocial in a grandma grandson kind of way. It's so cute. She does the same with Kai. Nice. Yeah, it is I'm glad that she clocked it, but that is literally the case. There's a lot of people who do that as a full-time job, but for free, which is strange, but what are you going to do? Anyway, oh, where was I? Okay, so yeah, we got a lot to cover. We got a lot going on. But
the name Minnesota.
What is this? Oh, the Minnesota memes. Okay, nice. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do the Minnesota nice memes in a second. The SOMALIAPOLIS memes in general. Blackboy Max met BB No Money and had no clue. What is this? Let's take a look at this.
Yeah, hold on, come fuck with me though. Like, just I'm dropping my tape tonight. Like, what's good, bro? What's good? Nice to meet you. Y'all gotta make sure y'all tune into this. Like, huh? Kick. Nigga, this is Baddie Hub, nigga. Hey, take this.
Too much
They
music.
can't. No, that's why I'm giving it out for free, gang. Make sure you.
Blackboy Max.
Hello,
too much
man.
music.
Hello.
Stream it tonight. It drops at 9?
Hell yeah.
Right,
9
man,
PST.
congrats.
Good shit. Yeah. What's good, gang?
Appreciate you.
Now I'm gonna give you 2.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Oh,
double me
shit.
up.
Yeah.
Have a good night, though. Actually met BBNO. Wait, why does that name sound familiar? Do you know him? BBNO $?
Was that Baby No Money? The guy with the beard. Dead like
He didn't know.
Baby No Money, I ain't gonna lie.
Baby No Money.
Yeah.
L Max. LMFO. He has no idea. Wait, hold on. Baby No Money. BB. Wait, what? Who?
Just
We
now in
did?
the parking lot like 5 minutes ago.
Wait, I didn't even see him. Wait, where?
You gave him a CD.
And he took that bait? Yeah.
BBNO $. Yeah. BB Nos. Bebenos. This is like the time YRG mistook Wake for Will. Yeah. Anti-white racism for real, dude. Anti-Armenian racism. Anti-white racism. Yeah. But where was I? What was I talking about? Infant no cash. Yeah. Woke Wilder. All of them look the same. Yeah, Wake Wilder is literally 6 10. So, and shredded out of his mind. Well, I guess Will is also shredded. But Benedict Cumberbatch, what? All right, so let's blast off. Let's get it twisted. Let's get it going. Like I said, I'm back and I'm doing the damn thing. I'm doing the regular ass streams. We're back. We're back at it. Okay. Back in LA, baby. Back in LA, HBO, WB, Netflix, Megamerger, Kalshi gambling apps, FBI January 6 pipe bomber was MAGA, Somaliapolis memes, streamer awards later. Get in now. When is the next road trip? I think the next trip, even though I don't want to go on trips anymore, I feel like I've already moved on. I've been doing too much. But do we have a blast off meme chatters? Basically, I have to go back to New York for a brief one. I have some interviews and stuff to do. I got some work in New York. It's so funny that the media can't cover the Somali memes because of the Israeli exposure. Just wait until someone... You're going to be an incredible father, Hassel? What the hell? Why? Season's greetings? Wait, are you saying that she's pregnant? Open presents. Thank you for 25 gifted subs. Is that your Streamer Awards outfit? No, it's not my Streamer Awards outfit. No, I'm not going to wear this to the Streamer Awards, okay? I think the media won't cover the Somali memes, but I think eventually they will cover it, but they'll cover it as like it's anti-Semitic or something. I can see. I wonder which legacy publisher will be the first outlet. Which legacy publisher will be the first outlet to talk about how the Somali memes, like the Somali reaction to racism has been deeply anti-Semitic. Probably CBS, maybe CNN. I could see one of these guys, but yeah, because like all the Somali memes are basically just rehashing like how Zionists have defended Israel. This time, like with Somali people saying like we actually have a God-given right. We have a God-given right to own Minnesota. Anyway, yeah, we're blasting off, chat. That's right. Here's the announcement. Hasan's Discord partnering up with Kalshi, the future of online leftism. You'll be able to gamble on how hard I will mauled, how long stun locks will be. Dude, all jokes aside, the fucking Kalshi shit, I'm seeing ads for Kalshi so much. I'm seeing an endless amount of ads for Kalshi on my TikTok. It's all over the place. They are making an active effort. Kalshi came out of nowhere. They're all slop ads too. Yeah, I mean, of course they're slop ads. It's gambling. Isn't that a cereal company? No, it's not a cereal company. It's not a cereal company. I think that's Kashi. Kalshi, which kind of looks like it could be a fucking cereal company, is actually a gambling company, even though they call it something different. They say it's a prediction application. Okay? They say it's a prediction app. Rug pull-talism, capitalism in its final stage is just everything is gambling. We're moving on from finance capitalism is already pretty much gambling, but there wasn't enough gambling in our wait, what the fuck? Who will attend Zohran Mamdani's swearing in ceremony? Hasan Piker, 59% chance. If Hasan Piker attends Zohran Mamdani's swearing-in ceremony on January 1st, then the market resolves the yes. What the fuck? This is so unimaginably fucked up, dude. It is so fucked up. Especially because like I can tweak it. Like I can tweak the odds. Like I feel like I can just like engage in market manipulation and then bet on myself. I feel like there's no rules around this sort of thing. Skip it, bro. I'll put my daughter's college fund on no. We could all get rich. Let me get some of that insider info, big dog. Nothing speaks more to the depravity of Kalshi than the fact that one of the founders of literal Bolshoi trained ballerina and left to start her finance career because she thought of being one of the best ballerinas in the world wasn't fulfilling enough and finance capitalism was better. Yeah, it's fucking nutty, dude. It is so messed up because like I said, the stock market wasn't enough gambling, that they wanted to infuse more gambling into our gambling. Now you can directly gamble on everything. Hey guys, this is not bad, by the way. Hey, just make no mistake, this is not bad. Wait, is Hasan actually sponsored by Kalshi? No, of course not, man. What, really? You think I went from saying no to Polymarket offering $1 million to me to fucking saying yes to a Kalshi sponsorship after spending years and years speaking about the dangers of gambling, even though it's virtually thankless. Like it's another perfect example of how stupid it is to just be a leftist, because no one will ever turn around and be like, wow, congratulations. Like, I'm glad that you're morally sound, right? That's not the case. No one will say that. Everyone will find a way to make it seem like you're still morally impure or whatever, while also simultaneously, all of the people that are now invested in this shit will get upset because now you're making them look bad or making them now you're making those guys look bad, so they don't even want to fuck with you anymore. You know what I mean? Did you know you stayed beside the most bombed hotel in the world? Yes, I do know. I did know that. I did hear about that. You did gamble on stream. That's one L, but it's true, but whatever. Yes, I went to a fucking horse betting thing in Hong Kong on Austin stream, and I put money down. Yes. See, this is what I mean. Do you see what I mean? Like, there are differences, okay? It's an event in and of itself. It's content in and of itself. I didn't get fucking sponsored to do that, okay? This is why. This is what I'm talking about. It's literally... It's so fucking exhausting and so annoying. This is what I mean when I say it's nobody grifts to the left for this reason. Okay? Hold on. Radlib tendency, leftists or losers. Yeah, well, true, but in Woke 3.0, we will not do purity testing and people does it. We'll go to re-education centers. Hopefully. Oh, what the fuck? Shit. Check logs. Important. Have you seen Say Nothing on Hulu is about Jerry Adams and the Troubles? I have not. It's weird, like nobody gets mad when you go to Vegas and gamble, but you went to Hong Kong and you gambled on a horse race, so now you're a bad guy, just pick a fucking lane. No, I know. It also doesn't even matter. It's not like a real point of contention. It's not a real point of concern. But you know, people will try to find every like minor thing that they can make into a major standoff, like a major point of impurity or whatever. All right. But I'm glad that someone actually proved it though. That's precisely my point. My point is like you can't even fucking you can't even get mad at this stuff. You can't even say anything about this stuff because people will always find a way to be like, well, you've done it too. You know what I mean? You've done it too. Also, it's ironic because like all these fucking people are saying that it's not actually gambling when it clearly is gambling. You're gambling on the news. What the hell? Crash out much? What? They also said you put 30K on that horse. Yeah, no, because they're stupid. I won 30,000 Hong Kong dollars. But yeah, Don Jr. is actually also obviously, you know, the South Park episode where Don Jr. becomes like one of the advisors for Kalshi. That was real. That's a real thing. I didn't even know that at the time. And if you can't understand how fucking stupid this is and how devastating this is in general, I don't know what to tell you. It is definitely a real indication that things are not all right. Do you think people would have been less mad at you if you lost the horse races? I don't even think there was enough people getting mad at me. I don't think that was a real point of contention at all. But there are always people who will take like insincere things. There are always people who you know will take on like insincere concerns that others have made and be like, I'm the most pure, morally righteous leftist, so I'm going to bring it up as a serious point of contention here in the chat. So you fucking find yourself arguing against me for the next 25 to 30 minutes. Gambling should have ruined being a sports fan. I know. Like I wasn't even a sports fan to begin with, but it's I don't understand why people don't recognize how much how pervasive of an how corrosive of an influence this has had. You know? So unrelated, but are you attending the swearing-in ceremony? I hadn't even thought about it. And now I don't even know if I can say I'm going to attend it or not because I feel like it's going to apparently the people are fucking gambling on it, you know? I didn't even realize that this was a thing. That's a no, sell. Okay, guys, don't even joke about this, please. Jesus Christ. DM me the answer. I'm trying to buy some land in Mexico. You just hate animals so much you dropped 15K to help Alvea Sanctuary when they got flooded out? Yes. But that's because I want to go there and torture them. That's why I did that. There's no regulations. I know. It's not great. We were promised flying cars and all we got was degenerate insider trading. I know. A Google insider has been officially exposed on Polymarket. This dude profited $1 million in a single day betting on the Google search markets. Google accidentally pushed the results early, then removed them, but not before it revealed he went 22-23 on his bets and ballooned to $3.9 million in open positions. This isn't a lucky streak. He previously made $150K predicting the early release of Gemini 3.0 before results were out. At this point, it's obvious he's a Google insider milking Polymarket for quick money. It's one of the wildest things I've seen on the platform. It's only gambling if we don't know the answer. My point is, everything is computer, everybody transgender, everybody gambling. Okay, that's the point. And if you can't recognize how devastating that is, if you cannot comprehend how fucking bad this is overall, like Polymarket, Kalshi, all these different applications that are now deciding like, oh, we can just like gamble on everything. You can gamble on the news now. CNN is now collaborating with Kalshi. But hey, guess what? It's not gambling. It's actually just it's not gambling. It's a predictive market where you put money on things that are happening or things that may or may not happen. Is Kalshi the one that incorporates real-time maps in the Ukraine war? No, that's Polymarket. Maybe Kalshi does it too, but the one you're thinking about is the Polymarket one, where they also actually did some not just insider trading, but like they changed the maps a little bit, didn't they? So that someone can make money. This is why I do not respect our elite class and think that the anti-billionaire sentiment is wholly justified and insufficient. Most of them are not rich due to any constructive contribution to society, but are a class of speculators and scam artists making money out of nothing. Yes. Kalshi has an 80% bet that the Democrats win the midterms in the next year. Dude, it's so... The gambling stuff is so bad. I don't know how to describe it other than like, how can people not see that everything is a vice now? Like, I'm not one of these guys that is in favor of prohibition or any of those things. Like, I personally think, you know, some vices are fine, you know, some moderate amount of vices are fine as long as it's like controlled, heavily regulated, heavily taxed, right? All of this stuff is all right as long as all this stuff is all right as long as it's like controlled, right? It's in a controlled environment, because like vices are the spice that makes life more enjoyable. Okay, but allowing everything to happen on your phone, like being able to do all these vices on your phone. And having these vices basically enter every part of your life, every day, every part of your day-to-day existence is definitely fucked up. I mean, in Ireland there was another horse betting like gambling shop in every corner. There was a casino in every goddamn corner. It's a relatively poor country. Australia has a major problem with gambling as well, and I think Americans are going to have a major issue with this if they haven't already. I mean, Americans, I think, in comparison to Australia, is not as bad, but it's going to get there. It's going to get there. It's very clear, especially because these guys have a lot of money and a lot of motion. And when you have a lot of money, you can just like, especially when you have a government that doesn't really care about the safety and security of and the social welfare of the average American, and cares more about doing like little deals like this, farming as hard as they can. You have, you have open corruption of this sort. Trump Jr. joins betting market Kalshi as an advisor. That's insane, right? Except Donald Trump Jr. announced on Monday, this is from January, that he was joining Kalshi, a prediction market that allows users to bet on political developments as a strategic advisor. On election night at Mar-a-Lago, while bias outlets called to raise a coin toss, my family and close friends used the prediction market Kalshi to know we won hours ahead. He used his father's electoral victory as a way to do a fucking ad. He's also on Polymarket's board of advisors as well, and that's part of the reason why. It's part of the reason why it seems impossible to control any of this stuff. Do you see what I mean? Anyway. Hey, dickhead, this is my only chance to buy a house, so why don't you give me insider info, you fuck? Don Jr. isn't just cashing in through Kalshi, though. He also invested on Polymarket on August 26th. A week later, on September 3rd, the CFTC formally allowed Polymarket to re-enter the U.S. to operate prediction markets. Yeah, fantastic story on corruption and regulatory arbitrage. Kalshi named Don Jr. as a strategic advisor to the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. does a Kalshi names Don Jr. as a strategic advisor, and the CFTC, Commodity Futures Trading Commission, does a 180 and decides that prediction markets that allow sports betting are outside the reach of state regulators. That's why all of the For You page ads on TikTok are basically talking about like, Kalshi has made it legal to gamble in every state. Like they literally say it. How are you still streaming? You should be permaban. It's because I control the media, and specifically Twitch. I'm the puppet master. Yeah, I'm the all-powerful puppet master, the shadow in the shadows, controlling everything that goes on. I'm the one that's making decisions about whether or not your favorite content creator gets banned or how long he's banned. I also control the government. It's HOG, Hasan occupied government. Yeah. Yeah. Damn King, an hour in and you're only sitting at 17K viewers. Talk about falling off what the fuck? 13-month subscriber. Oh. Former HasanAbi head. Yeah, I'm falling off, chatter. It's over. I'm going to kill myself. In a video game. They're farming clips. First, I don't get my Mufasa yesterday, and now we start Saturday with this. For fuck's sake, gotta love that sideways rain. How about reading a nice message like this one? You look nice today. Thank you. Anyway. Did I see Drew Gooden's last vid? Yes. He was it was incredible. I loved it. How are Republicans criticizing Hunter and Joe Biden of corruption when it was more nepotism while they're literally doing the actual corruption? It's because everything that they do is good and everything that the Democrats do is bad. That's what it is. Truth nuke. Everything that the Republicans do is good and there needs to be more of it. And everything that the Democrats do is bad and there needs to be less of it. All right. So yeah, Benjamin Freeman, who is a Kalshi user since 2024, the YouTube channel of his own, says Kalshi is not a gambling company. Saying so is incorrect. I assume that people calling Kalshi gambling are uninformed rather than being defamatory, but Kalshi is not gaming. It's been decided in the courts. Please read the 15 pages of Kalshi X LLT, Kalshi X LLC versus CFTC before spreading misinformation. Right? Adam Johnson says, Lamau, it meets every definition of gambling, but please refer to this overly technical court ruling for why the thing that is obviously gambling isn't gambling. Good luck with that. Yeah. I assume, it's the reason why that court case was decided the way that it was is so that people can say, turn around and say, oh yeah, it's not gambling actually. That's it. That's the whole point. Everything sucks. All right. But no matter what it is, as long as it generates enough revenue, and then you can take all that revenue and then dump it into corporate lobbying, corruption, and also dump it into marketing, then you're fine. You can get away with it. That's all this is. And that's precisely what's going on with the sports washing that you see. That's precisely what's going on with all of these gambling apps in general. It's a lot of the things that I criticize are becoming increasingly normal and much more difficult to combat because they have enough money and they can purchase favors and they can purchase normalcy. They can normalize their existence and they can slowly but surely basically make their way into everyday existence all around. And the reason why I'm talking about this today, obviously, is because of the CNN collaborative relationship with Kalshi, which I think is pretty devastating. Some of this stuff is so crazy. That it literally is not even on Cyberpunk. Like, these are things like this, like a betting app collaborating with a major news outlet, unironically is something that I don't even think exists in like a Black Mirror style dystopian future. Like, it goes beyond previous cynical predictions, previous pessimistic predictions of how bad things are going to get. It's pretty interesting when the real world existence ends up outflanking the awful stuff that people are predicting in their most pessimistic in their most pessimistic moments.
Mark, you've mentioned multiple times that you think prediction markets will be bigger than the stock market. What is it going to take to become $1 trillion asset class?
It's pretty much already like a close to $100 billion a year asset class, right? Like, it's pretty easy to imagine a 10x from here. Like, we haven't even started. It's been a year. I think a very large number of people care, much larger than traditional markets. And I think retail as a pie has just been growing in the US, and I think it's going to keep growing. It's growing in the stock market, but it's growing outside of the stock market. The long-term vision is to financialize everything and create a tradable asset out of any difference in opinion. And I think if you do build a general purpose exchange that can resolve differences of opinions on anything, like, the TAM is quite massive, quite a bit bigger than the current TAM of the stock market. I think putting aside sort of the retail trading and the institutional trading product, like, there's sort of this separate product, which is like, we are living in a world where, like, we have an abundance of information, but there's a lot of noise, and like, we don't really understand what's real from what's not. And prediction markets are an antidote to that. They do a very, very good job at distilling information and surfacing truth to people. And you're seeing this sort of massive shift where, like, people are using them whenever they think about questions about the future, whenever they're debating about anything. And I think that trajectory is going to keep going. That's a new consumer habit that I don't think is going to be undone.
Awesome. The co-founder of Kalshi says the long-term vision is to financialize everything and create a tradable asset out of any difference in opinion. I wonder what this will look like, dude. Folding Ideas said 4 years ago that the ultimate role of cryptocurrencies was the financialization of everything, and he said it is an extreme pejorative, and this fucking freak is out here bragging about it. Yeah, no, that's precisely what's happening. They want to financialize rage bait. They want to financialize rage bait, and also on top of that, as long as someone is like slated to make money off of it, they will also then manipulate the outcomes to the best of their ability. Like, you can... Let's think about it from the perspective of streaming, right? Like, even something as stupid as like, will Hasan have a major stone lock? And this seems like kind of stupid to bet on, except as we saw already, there's like a bet going on Kalshi right now about whether or not I will attend the Zohran Mamdani swearing in ceremony. There was a bet on, I think, Polymarket about whether or not I would actually get arrested, right? And if you have enough financial interest, you can basically dump a shit ton of money. Into one direction and then try to manipulate the results of that. Like someone could literally do this like will Hasan get arrested thing, right? And basically dump like a couple $1 million into the yes option and then try to fucking swat me, for example. Like that's so insane. Happens where I live. USA is not very far. I'm just saying, it's like, why would you say that, bro? What the fuck? I mean, this was a previous bet and it's not, it closed already. But the point that I'm trying to make is that things are going to get even more dystopian. Getting kidnapped to be brought to the Zohran Mamdani inauguration to fulfill their yes gamble, or the opposite, trying to stop me from going to the Zohran Mamdani inauguration because they dumped a shit ton of money into it, right? Like the opportunities are endless. Financializing everyday existence for random people without their consent is so crazy. And I know that I think Cutie Cinderella talked about this as well, because apparently they wanted to set up like bets on the streamer awards. And even if they can't make it happen, they can spread out enough fake news that Kalshi might register it as real and pay out. Yeah, exactly. There was a verified poly market bet where the market resolution was the opposite of reality. That's also the other thing as well. It's pretty crazy that is, I mean, this is the Wild West of gambling now. And there is virtually no control over there's virtually no control over it, because who's going to stop them, right? Like, do you think that this current government is going to stop them? Fuck no. Donald Trump Jr. is already sitting on the board of both of these companies, right? He is financially invested in Polymarket and Kalshi. And as a matter of fact, instantly after his involvement, the government attitude changed dramatically as well. So we have a direct involvement from people who are not shy about utilizing their influence to, move things in a certain direction. What's noteworthy, Adam Johnson says, what's noteworthy about CNN entering into the gambling business with Kalshi and letting viewers wager on genocide, war, and famine is that it receives zero critical coverage from mainstream media. They've entirely embraced the press release framing of the prediction market data nonsense. And it's pretty obvious that this is a gambling app, right? It's a gambling app that lets you gamble on innocuous shit. And yet, the media is not covering it as such. And the reason why the media is not covering it as such, or have any sort of interest in covering it in a sincere manner, is because they are financially incentivized not to do so, because they're openly collaborating with Kalshi. Like, people who freaked out, I know hypocrisy fishing is idiotic for the most part. Let's be real. It doesn't work on people who are ideologically invested in a cause, and Republicans are ideologically invested in Donald Trump and his family. So let's be real. It's never going to work in terms of changing people's minds. But it is pretty crazy, because these are the same people that shit on Hunter Biden over and over again and shit on Joe Biden, because Hunter Biden trafficked his last name to get a nepotism job, a no-show job in Burisma in Ukraine. He didn't get any, he wasn't able to actually manipulate anything, contrary to popular opinion, with respect to Joe Biden's interventions in Ukraine. Joe Biden's interventions in Ukraine, as a matter of fact, played the opposite role of what Hunter Biden would have wanted. But regardless, this was a major point of contention for the Republicans. And yet, this, like what Donald Trump Jr. is doing with Kalshi and with Polymarket, is far worse, far more consequential, right? News sites are all getting press releases from these betting sites, and they just publish their PR as stories with no editing or journalism. Exactly. It's a perverse incentive structure that exists. What's noteworthy about CNN entering the gambling business, yeah, exactly, is that they're doing press releases for these companies. There's an institutional conflict of interest in our media, says Adam Johnson, whether sports or politics, not to be critical of the unchecked rise of gambling in media because the C-suite correctly views it as a cash cow, so the vast majority of mainstream media just look the other way and shrugs. Even independent creators don't discuss the issue because one of the few reliable sponsorship opportunities for an independent creator is gambling companies, so it's just treated as inevitable and normal. I've personally seen this, and it's one of the things that I was talking about, which is that the most amount of hate that I've garnered throughout my career after Israel comes from my anti-gambling position. Okay? Straight up. All of the fucking Twitter power farmers, like the blue check power farmers, all of this shit. Why has it created an endless cycle of hatred? It's because they all get fucking paid by these companies. And while the content watchers themselves actually don't like all this gambling and don't like the fact that, you know, it's heavily integrated into their content in general, the content creators that they have a parasocial relationship with are consistently justifying it. They're consistently justifying it because they want to make a bag. They want to get the bag from these gambling channels or in these gambling companies, whether it be Kick, Stake, or, you know, Kalshi, Polymarket, DraftKings, numerous other, numerous other companies that have unlimited funds to promote gambling. RainBet, RuBet, all those other ones too. So that creates this. Can you provide examples? What do you mean? Just lie. Yes. Just don't use those sites. Blue Sky. Can you provide an example? I am currently providing examples. What do you mean? Which person? Most major content creators you can find have gotten directly paid by one of these websites. I mean, a lot of the top content creators that went and got a deal with Stake did that, or got a deal with Kick did that. Like your favorite content creators that are cryptocurrency gambling on their streams are not doing so because they just enjoy the act or anything. They're doing it because they're getting paid to do it. All the way from Drake to virtually every top content creator on this platform and many others. All those other blue checkmark Twitter power farmers, they all have Stake deals. They all have RainBet deals. They all have RuBet deals. Would Twitch let you talk shit about their prize picks? I mean, Twitch doesn't have any editorial control over what I say and what I don't say. I'm criticizing DraftKings and prize picks and any other, all these other gambling companies as well. This chatter is the same one who fell for AI articles about your dad being a billionaire. Laughable media literacy. Yeah. It is pretty funny that the guy is like, can you give me examples? Meanwhile, he is like, can you give me examples? Meanwhile, he is like, basically, let stupid people lose money. Just don't use it. Forehead. I agree. You are the person I'm talking about that gets duped by content creators who go, nah, dude, just gamble responsibly. What's fucking wrong with you? And then your favorite content creators say that, and then you come in here and you repeat it. You know? In any case, Unless the state stops it, capitalism will financialize everything, says Ben Norton, turning it all into a casino with rampant insider trading. The legalization of sports betting in the U.S. led it to spread like cancer. Now the corporate media is turning the news into a gambling opportunity. Mention your Polymarket offer. Yeah, Polymarket offered me $1 million as a starting position to enter negotiations so they could sponsor one day of streaming on election night, and I said no. Very famously, and you took it. Yeah, I famously took it. But my point is, not only is there no benefit for me to say no to stuff like that, but also on top of that, it creates resentment for all the other content creators who do take deals like that because it's a major bag for them. So then it creates this environment of negativity around people who are saying that they think this is bad because it ruins their opportunities, because there are people in their audiences that will turn around and go, why the fuck are you taking this ad? Do you understand? Because it makes them look bad a little bit. Not that there's anything you can do about it. The unfortunate reality is that it's virtually impossible to overcome the financialized interests. Come on, to be fair, not everyone has a moral backbone. I understand that. I saw like new interest polling on people's people's interests about certain things, and it's like creating a family was down. Like all the things that Republicans say they want people to do more of, all of those interests were down, and the only thing that was up was money. And I think that's capitalism in general. I think capitalism is basically creating an environment where the only thing you care about is trying to make money. That's it. And it creates this unique environment where, of course, getting the bag is the primary thing that you must do. You don't care about fucking being a good person. You don't care about like what the consequences might look like. It's all just about making money. And when the reality of the matter is, as people get poorer and poorer, okay, as people get poorer and poorer, they are more desperate for this upward social mobility, and they see gambling as an opportunity to do that. Okay? Desperate people will take a shot in the dark with the hopes that they will be able to win for once. And what they don't realize is it's actually not going to happen. Like back in the day, they used to call lottery tickets stupid tax. Now everything's a fucking lottery. Everything's a stupid tax. And capitalism, along with deteriorating material conditions, makes people more desperate and more reliant on these get-rich-quick schemes that in the past were correctly considered, stupid tax. Yeah, the American Values Index. I think this is it. In partnership with Gallup and the Aspen Ideas Festival, conducted the inaugural American Values Index. And things are getting worse and worse. And there's virtually no way of stopping it. Even independent creators don't discuss the issue because one of the few reliable sponsorship opportunities for independent creators is gambling companies. It's difficult to tell where the line is with these things. Almost no one wants to criminalize gambling as such, but the full-blown corporate financialization of every unpredictable event in our lives is clearly out of control and definitely should not be integrated into the news. I also personally think that if, this is what led CNN to openly promote that they have a sponsorship or a partnership with Kalshi, the everything betting app. And this is the reason why they don't call it a betting app or gambling. They call it a predictive marketplace. I think it's journalistic malpractice to do that. But they're incentivized not to. And it's pretty devastating. The U.S. is creating an economic system that incentivizes everyone to use their insider knowledge to gamble on everything and try to scam everyone else who don't have insider knowledge. Yeah, going back to the Google insider who's officially been exposed on Polymarket. There was also another story about this where I mean, everything is turning into a casino. There was another news story about this where they had it was Polymarket, right? That actually changed the outcome, or someone on Polymarket was betting on the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and they actually changed the there was an unauthorized edit to Ukraine's frontline maps or something. And the speculation is that because they were, because someone was making money off of it, that they actually did this unauthorized edit to Ukraine's frontline maps. Like they straight up manipulated it so that the bet could close. One hour and 30 minutes and still talking about the blast off meme? Wait, what? No, what are you talking about? This is what I wanted to cover. This is not just like me talking about the meme in my blast off tweet. This is the actual meat of the story. This is something that I wanted to talk about. It's in the title. Worst part is the war maps are not official in any way. Every war map is updated by some map autist guy who pinpoints soldiers' presence from like a 144p video, so it's easy to manipulate. Yeah. Hustle culture is going to lead to the collapse of our civilization. I think the hustle culture is growing as material conditions worsen. That's my opinion. I think it's a byproduct of how bad things are. When people are hungry and they're desperate, they lean into, and they know that there is no regular upward social mobility with a 9-to-5 job. They just take whatever remains of their disposable income and dump it into something like this with the hopes that they can actually get a leg up on everybody else. We saw a version of this already. We saw a pretty accelerated version of this with the whole NFT stuff, right? And with shit coins and the like. And it was only, I mean, it was obviously only going to get worse. Isn't this just what crypto is? Yes. I mean, it's also another version of an unregulated, unverified, unregulated security or an asset. But this time it's just pure gambling. America, in many respects, is the perfect place to do this because American culture, like America was the proto-capitalist nation, and American culture is very much hyper-individualistic. It's always about like getting your money up and not your funny up. So in many respects, this is like a perfect opportunity, a perfect country to do this kind of thing, especially at a time when people are fucking suffering. So they create this incredibly reliable base of support, and people end up straight up fighting to preserve this structure that actually exploits them, that actually relies on how vulnerable they are, that relies on their desperation. Because people go, what do you mean? You just don't want me to fucking win, dude. Fuck you. Why are you telling me that this is bad? I have no other option. I have no other alternative, says you, rich guy, right? And that's what it is. It's pretty horrifying when you think about it. But ultimately, Is this the American values one? No, I don't know. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I'm trying to find the exact tweet that I saw. I think maybe it was generational. I don't know. Who was it? Here, I think it was Matthew Zaitlin that posted it. Yeah, this was what I saw that I thought was interesting. I don't know exactly which. Oh, this is from Wall Street Journal's news exclusive. Yeah, percentage who say these values are very important to them. Patriotism, super down. Religion, super down. Having children, down. Community involvement, super down. The only thing that's up is money. And it's ironic because I think these are all the values that Republicans want people to have. But Republicans are so hyper-capitalist that, ironically enough, they are even more responsible than the Democrats for all of these values going down. Because why the fuck would you feel patriotic if you feel like your country doesn't actually care about your best interest? You know? You don't give a shit about community involvement when it's virtually impossible for you to be involved in your community. When you don't have time to be involved in your community. When you don't have time or money to have children. And all of those things go down. All of the moral investment or the social investment in those things go down because material conditions are worsening and people are more isolated than ever before. And it's not an accident that the interest in money or values such as money is going up because that's the only thing that offers you a semblance of freedom. In the past, you could have time. You could be invested in your country. You could feel hopeful about your future because you could just have a job that at least like allowed you to pay for your whole family. You know, you worked hard, but you were able to own a home. Now that you can't do that, there's nothing to be invested in. There's no investment in the community because why would you? You're too busy trying to make ends meet. I don't necessarily care about like people's interests diminishing in patriotism or religion or having children or whatever, but you know, it's probably not healthy that there is no no involvement in their people's interest in being involved in their communities is diminished, and the only thing they care about is making money because that's the only thing that they correctly point to as you know, a mechanism of survival and as a way to live truly in this truly in a free way. Money is the only way you can have some semblance of freedom and freedom from debt, freedom from having to worry about your finances all the goddamn time. It makes you feel you basically decide like this is the only thing that matters. That's capitalism, baby. And that is where we're at. Hustle culture grows. Anyway, let's see what Cutie Cinderella had to say about the dark side of streaming before we get to the other news now. Because I want to talk about the Somali memes on Somali Twitter going crazy mode and numerous other things. But before we do that, tonight is the night of the Streamer Awards. Let's take a look.
One of the worst things you can do as like a people pleaser because you will never please everybody. I didn't know that. If I went back and was able to whisper in my ear, would say, don't do it. It is not the safest job in the entire world. Unfortunately, you are having like a one-sided conversation at all times, and you never know how someone's going to interpret that.
I immediately went to the comments because I assumed that as soon as someone like Cutie Cinderella is talking about the downsides of streaming, there's going to be hella people in the comments being like, oh, rich streamer complaining about how wonderful and privileged she is and how amazing her life is. Fuck you. You know?
Unfortunately, some people can have some delusions, and that leads to some safety issues for yourself. And even just like swatting is something that's incredibly scary and has happened to us multiple times, unfortunately. But I think that's a scary.
She's a millionaire. That insulates her some. This is what I mean, bro. You can, first of all, you know, a lot of streamers' finances are much better than the average person, average 9-to-5er for sure, but it's not as good as you think it is. Okay, that's number one. Number two, that doesn't mean she should get fucking swatted and constantly tormented. Do you not understand? Like, it's okay. Like a lot of you build a healthy level of resentment towards those who have money. Okay, this is a healthy level of resentment. Except you have to also, have to develop a smarter attitude about the context and the nuance of the things that you are actually looking at, right? The things that you're actually factoring in. If you think, sorry, Hasan, we are poor, I know, but that doesn't fucking mean. Chatters. This is something that I've talked about. With everybody yelling at me back in the day, all the way back in 2021 when I bought a house for myself and my family, right? Like a lot of people were like, fuck you, you rich socialist. Okay. And I, at the time, said it's healthy to develop a resentment towards those who are wealthy. But you also have to remember, like, you know, how much control does Cutie have over the machinations of capitalism? None whatsoever. Okay? None whatsoever. Twitch streamers are simply accessible. Okay? That's it. So at a certain point, you have to remember, like, am I yelling at this Twitch streamer because they're actually doing something that is fucked up? Or am I yelling at this Twitch streamer because they're the only person who will see it? Because, you know, there is a difference between Twitch streamers and, I don't know, fucking Mark Zuckerberg or the average CEO even. And I think a lot of people fail to make that distinction, and they direct their anger and animosity towards those who they know will hear it. And it's, like I said, a byproduct of having a level of healthy resentment towards those who are successful, those who have actually made it in a system that is very dog eat dog, in a system that is designed to basically wear you down to the bone. But I always say that the anger is oftentimes misplaced when it's directed towards people like Cutie Cinderella or Twitch streamers in general. Of course, people will, you know, whatever I say in this circumstance, go through one ear and out through the other. People say, says you, you're only saying this because you want people to get off your ass, when in fact we will hold you accountable or something like that. No, I've been saying this for many, many years. And the reason why I've been saying this is because you're not doing praxis when you do shit like this. You're just simply chirping. You're chirping as someone who has a much similar class position to someone like yourself. And the reason why you're doing it there is because you and I both know that yelling about Elon Musk is not actually going to change anything.
Serious thing is just you're letting people into this version of you online, and you never know what.
Commentators in general nowadays?
Hi, my name is Emma. This is my impression of the average Twitter discourse nowadays. Such a fun day with my friends. We went to a restaurant that I have been dying to try, and then ended the night with a movie night and some cocktails back at our apartment.
Yeah, replies and quotes being like, this is a bad time. It's tone deaf for you to fucking promote this kind of thing. The resentment out of jealousy is not valid. People will resent having chronic illnesses even. Wait,
I'm too physically exhausted to do anything after work on a Wednesday, so you're either unemployed or you're living off of daddy's money. Most people don't get to go out to dinner on a weekday, and this is really rude of you to show. Cocktails in the middle of the week? What a bunch of fucking drunks. This is setting unrealistic expectations. Not everybody has friends. Not everybody lives close to a restaurant. Not everybody can keep alcohol in their house because they're 19 and they can't buy it without their mom. I would bet that every single person in that picture fucking hates each other. And I bet the food...
I agree with these replies. Yeah, that's just being mentally ill though, chatter. You have to understand that, like, That right there is unironically just a demonstration of mental illness. Like, don't agree with that. That's what I mean. There's always motherfuckers who do this. That's fine. No, it's not fine. It's not a healthy attitude to have in general. It's also not even a fucking productive attitude to have. You're just basically, you're like a serial bad faith guy. That's all this is. No, this is why I always say, no matter what, no matter how dumb a person is in this chat, sometimes somebody will come into this chat with like the dumbest position of all time. And I know for a fact that there is going to be like 15 people that agree
Women
with the
are
dumbest,
like
15, what is this? Kendra mentioned me in her live stream. Oh God, my queen. It seems like bot farms trying to stir up discourse and drama. These people cannot be real. No, it's real. It's all over TikTok too. It's just straight up. I think it's because people are just very desperate and people are lonely and people are sad. And this is the only way that they can express their sadness, by just being like, by simply being like, I'm in a fucking shitty ass mood. How can I actually make other people also get into a shitty ass mindset in the way that I am? And if there's enough people with that same kind of shitty ass mindset, they will highlight this. They will fucking hype it up.
Suck too. Just a reminder that this.
She warned you?
Somebody warned Hasan Piker that the lady that fell in love with her.
I bookmarked this? What the fuck? This was from 1 day ago? Did I bookmark this? It must have been HasanAbi.
Psychologist is coming for him.
Uh-oh. Bro, in all seriousness, being mentally ill is still part of the bigger issue you're describing, so just calling it out like this, we should ignore. Criticism is kind of pointless. Consistent mental health care is also not affordable to most. I bookmarked it to send it to you, Lamau. Oh, HasanAbi did bookmark it. Nice. Okay.
Is not normal.
For the record, I'm not. There's a whole space of pandering woke scolders in a lot of these communities. You got to call them out for being absolute losers. The thing is, I don't think. While I understand the systematic factors at play, I'm not going to fucking sit here and also baby people for having this kind of opinion or having this kind of like expression. Do you see what I mean? And it's a tightrope. It's a delicate balance, and I understand that. But you know, there is a back and forth here. There's a back and forth here, and then, you know, sometimes you just got to call it out a little bit, right? To be fair, if you post something online, you got to be able to take the flame. No, telling me that shit. Are you fucking kidding me? Telling me that shit. I know. Just stop being poor. Stop being a sad loser. Pick yourself up by your heartstrings. People are lonely and people are sad. I have a job that is holding paper and collecting passive income. I also advocate for sex workers. People's passive income will pay for people who say they have to sell services out of desperation. What? My point always is, I understand the systemic factors at play that make people feel like this and make people desperate, but also they should, you know, try to hyper focus on more productive avenues. Okay. This is why I always try to redirect people back to organizing in their communities. Okay. The poors are envious. Yes. That's not what I said. What are you talking about? Oh my God. Why are you doing this to me? Why? Why is this every day? This is not productive discourse. Professionally misunderstanding a content creator in the most cynical framework is not actually moving the needle in the appropriate direction in your life either. That's like unironically the entire fucking point that I was making. And you are proving the point that I'm making. There's never been a moment where I said any of those things or even implied any of those things. And yet here you are straight up fucking doing that. A lot of you are doing that actually. Every fucking argument devolves into, I like pancakes. Oh, so you fucking hate waffles. I know that, man. We get it, Jesus Christ. I don't think you get it because you're doing the thing that I'm talking about. Every conversation on the internet is basically designed to invoke this kind of reaction. And it's also getting worse because now Kalshi will allow you to bet on these sorts of things, okay? Rage bait is monetizable. We're so fucked. We are so fucked, dude. We are so unimaginably fucked. Anyway, is outrage culture and rage bait mixed with concern trolling? I know. Just put 5K on the duration of the Kalshi stun lock. Come through for me, Unc. Yeah.
It's not normal to have this many friends. It's not normal to go out to eat on a Wednesday. It's not normal to have the ingredients handy to make a cosmopolitan in your kitchen. And it's not normal to have an HBO subscription to be able to watch Sex and the City. You don't need to compare yourself to people like this. A lot of people don't realize this, but having more than 2 friends is contributing to the rise of fascism in the United States.
Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to this now. Which was my speculation was that as soon as Cutie Cinderella says like, yeah, there's a dark side to the streaming business that a lot of people are not aware of, which is like an unhealthy association or unhealthy parasocial relationships that turn into like stalking and things of that nature. And then also simultaneously, swattings and incidents like that actually put your safety, that actually compromise your safety pretty traumatically. And there are instantly people being like, oh, woe is me. You're right.
What they're going to latch on to. I think that's scary for people that you don't know. And then for people that you do know, as they watch you become like this online influencer, it's really sad to see sometimes how you could know someone for years, but then they start watching your clips and your content, and this version, this entity that you are, replaces everything that they've ever known about you. What I show online is a very exaggerated version of who I really am for the sake of like entertaining people. And so that's one thing that always kind of makes me sad, is it's just like, dang, I just wish, I wish instead of like people in my normal life, instead of watching a clip to see how I am, they would just call me or text me or whatever. It's this really weird thing where you're like available all the time to everybody, but that's not you. That's an entity that you've created. It's been interesting for like a mental health perspective as well, because it's almost like a forced multiple.
Dude, look at this. Don't focus on me and my friends. Ironically, I literally said that. Okay. Turns out we don't agree with you, dog. Hasan is dumbfounded. He can't change our minds. Boo hoo. This is heartbreaking. How does she do it? You're right. The next swatting incident that kills me, or Cutie Cinderella, will actually unlock the revolutionary conscious amongst the working class. Okay? Next time a stalking incident occurs and a Twitch streamer fucking dies in the process, your boss will actually call you up and say, hey, chatter. Hey, worker. Your life is going to improve dramatically from this point on, Your landlord will go, hey, you know what? Actually, this month's rent is on me. I agree with most of your takes, but this is hyperbole. No, you don't understand that you are also leaning into the toxicity by yelling about a person who has no power over your life. That's the whole point. It's not a woe is me situation. The BBC is directly asking this person like what the downsides are of fucking Twitch streaming, or just like this environment that we're in. You have to also understand that like we're not, actors on a screen. We're just like real fucking people.
Personality. when you're an actor, you have a role that you're playing.
Just the
right?
chatter is
Like,
right. Who
you
cares
are
about
Batman.
this? Just be a professional victim. Amazing. Oh my God. Once again, this entirely revolves around. This is the thing I don't understand. Why the fuck do you guys watch streamers if you just hate them? Like, I don't really understand that. If you hate people, why the fuck do you watch them all the goddamn time? Like, it doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't, it doesn't fucking make any sense whatsoever. Do you not understand that that is like making your mindset worse overall? Like, consistently watching someone that you fucking hate is putting you in a worse mental space than you otherwise would be if you didn't watch someone that you hate all the fucking time.
And so be Batman. And it's easier to separate compared to like, I'm Blair, but when I push go live, I'm Cutie Cinderella. What does that mean? Right. And so it's a really interesting thing that luckily I've had a lot of therapy and I've been able to kind of navigate it. But it is, a lot of people don't think about that.
You know, even recently we had issues with at TwitchCon. There was a lot of criticism there about the security at the event because of a female streamer who had a male attendee, you know, grab her and try and kiss her. Do you fear for your safety?
I do think, for the record, the worst part about this kind of unhealthy attitude that people have is that there are genuinely a bunch of content creators who lean into that to make themselves feel like they're closer to you, to also lean into this like negative perception, to be like, yeah, actually, these guys are fucking chirping. They deserve this kind of thing. Oh, woe is me. And they're super rich, like they deserve it. Meanwhile, they are fucking super rich, and they're basically trying to redirect your attention to other people. They're trying to fucking make it seem like they're closer to you, when in fact, they're gearing on this kind of hate watching. They're farming it. They're farming you. Okay? Nobody gives a fuck. Get to the news. Could it be all that nobody gives a fuck about the dangers of streaming? It's dangerous and stop doing it. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody here wants to learn about how hard your job is. Put the news in the bag, little bro. Jesus Christ, dude. Fucking calm down. I'm an incredibly fortunate person. Okay? I talk about my privilege all the fucking time. You're just an asshole. What the fuck? I mean, you can keep watching. You just can't chirp anymore.
At times when you're in this kind of public eye, and or what?
Also, this is news. This is a BBC story.
What is life like as a popular female streamer?
Yeah, it's scary. Like, to be 100% honest, I could open my Instagram DMs right now and read you 100 horrible things about why or how I could be harmed by these people, essentially. Which is
horrible. I mean,
it's weird. I own a craft store that I opened last January. I opened it up, so I have like a public facing brick and mortar because I thought it'd be a fun, I love crafting, so I thought it'd be fun. Unfortunately, it's gotten to the point where I can't.
If you want to sincerely understand, people watch because they want you/streamers to live the lives you lead, and then they get upset when you complain. It's very one-dimensional. Don't think too deep about it, to be honest. People want a simple and ideal, non-complex aspirations without downsides to believe in. I mean, I guess. Streamer Culture is a Time Bomb by Dr. K. He made a video on this. Celebrities have always been, celebrities have always been seen as like animals in a fucking zoo. The thing with Twitch streamers in general, though, is that they're infinitely more accessible. So like all the fandom that is all the fandom that's created around like a traditional Hollywood celebrity is perfectly manufactured. It's perfectly manicured. They are designed by PR groups, right? Whether it be relationships or things of that nature. And there's also a level of healthy separation between a traditional Hollywood celebrity and they're legions of fans, right? And the legions of fans also make up the idolized version, this completely manufactured version of the celebrity. So their expectations of all celebrities is far different. And this extends to Twitch streamers as well. Although Twitch streamers are closest, I would say, to like the average person in the entire entertainment sphere, from musicians and actors and, you know, all these other different types of celebrities, Twitch streamers are the most accessible. And that's precisely the reason why there is a parasocial relationship that develops with these Twitch streamers, because they're like, oh, he's just like me. He's just talking into a mic. And it's true. There's truth to that. We are just incredibly fucking lucky, right? And I think that is part of the reason why a lot of people develop this like a very strange attitude where they go from feeling a sense of loyalty or a sense of love towards their favorite streamers to like a sense of resentment, and it can snap very quickly. It can turn into to bitterness and anger and resentment and hatred, like a scorned lover. Exactly. And oftentimes all it takes is like one thing for people to flip. This is part of the reason why I think a lot of people are very worried about talking about divisive topics on this platform, right? There's a lot of fucking content creators who try to be as political as possible. And I don't mean talking about politics. I mean, be as political as possible with the relationships that they have with other content creators, and not talking about certain things, knowing full well that if they do talk about certain things, they have the capacity to alienate people. Part of that is because of the financial incentive, but part of that is also because, they're worried about people snapping on them and then fucking becoming like massive stalkers. But ultimately, yeah, diplomatic. When I say political, I mean diplomatic. I think that this space in general does create this medium in general, because there's so much back and forth communication with the audience. This medium in general creates this puppet master micromanagement, this unhealthy relationship that revolves around micromanaging your favorite content creator. And it can be something as simple as like people being like, oh, I don't like the way you dress today, down to trying to interfere in your life in a very meaningful way that goes into like obsessively stalking and cyber stalking a content creator and trying to fucking ruin their lives. I think that's where it comes from. It's because it's just basically it's on the same playing field. You type "stop biting your nails" in the chat, or "why are you eating loudly" in the chat. That's one thing, but that can also lean into people going, "Hey, where is Electro Dog?" For example, like this chatter quite literally is proving the point that I was making, right? Like it goes from like, hey, I don't. Hey, I don't like that you did this or did that, to I'm going to obsessively come back in every single day to micromanage every single thing that you're doing, and slowly but surely develop like a level of hatred towards the content creator. But ultimately, this is the point. Most people just want to be seen, right? Most people just want attention. They want to be seen. They get a dose of dopamine off of that. And some people that move in the opposite direction, and the direction of like hate watching, without realizing it, I think, become like they just develop a really, really unhealthy relationship with the content that they're consuming. And they don't realize it, but then they develop a sense of community off of like being in these like doxing communities and stalking communities. And then Why do you always address these things? Because I think it's healthy to talk about this sort of stuff with the hopes that some people that might find themselves in leaning into that that side of the internet can maybe pull themselves out of it before they fall victim to these sorts of unhealthy communities. Because like it's no different. What I'm explaining to you is basically no different than like someone innocently typing something in the chat to maybe warn a streamer or whatever in a positive way, not in a negative way at all. But the maximalist position on that is like swatting a Twitch streamer while they're live streaming, for example. That is like the ultimate way of manipulating a streamer's life when you like put their life in danger, right? Like a lot of people get off on being able to, a lot of people basically get off on the interactions that they force with a streamer. And if they don't get that from, if they can't get that from like a back and forth conversation with the streamer, they look for, more and more extreme versions, like more and more extreme examples. Is your community at the end of the day, but I strongly disagree and believe that this creates more hostile place, kind of similar to other certain right people you won't name? What do you mean? This is called cleanup. A lot of people get upset when I do it, but I think it's valuable to do it every now and then.
Can't go there because we've had men show up looking for me specifically in an unsafe way. And it's even like had to make me hesitate to see how long I can keep it open because it's just because I don't want it to be unsafe for my employees. And so it's always top of mind. I think like one of the reasons I publicly announced that I wasn't going to the Twitch convention because I did want to, things haven't been going great. Unfortunately, part of like some contracts I had, but I publicly said that with the intention of throwing people off my trail.
Is there something, that if you could tell yourself starting out streaming, what would it be? Is there something that you wish you kind of knew when you got into all of this?
You know what's funny? I have the worst advice for this. Okay. I always describe it. I describe it as like streaming is one of the worst things you can do as like a people pleaser, because you will never please everybody, and I didn't know that. So the biggest thing I wish I could do, if I went back and was able to whisper in my ear, would say, "Don't do it."
Really, even with all the kind of benefits, you feel like no, it's.
Yeah, it's this funny thing because now that you're deep, I mean, this is my job and it's a very hard one to leave, right? Because I'd feel guilty. I have an audience, I have success, I have, who am I to throw away this incredible opportunity? And so there's a lot of things that I think about, but it's hard. It's hard when, I say it's like death by 1,000 cuts. One paper cut can't kill you, but when you get it again and again and again and again and again, it's hard to stay standing. It does get to you no matter how much, like, I don't read comments. I don't, I avoid it like the plague, but there's only so much you can do when my job is to be online. My job isn't to go on stage and sing or to be in a movie. My job is to read a Twitch chat and interact with them. And
yeah, there is truth to this. Like, there is truth to this. Like, when the medium itself, when you're a part, this is why I say Twitch streaming is like the bottom of the barrel in the entertainment industry. Like, straight up, it's the bottom of the barrel in the entertainment industry because there's no separation, because the entire content or the entire medium revolves around having a back and forth real-time correspondence with your community, right? So that is the reason why. Someone said, why doesn't she try VTubing? Dude, have you seen how fucking unhealthy the VTuber relationships are? Are you kidding me? Oh my God, that's a different can of worms that I don't even want to fucking dive into. Those are even worse somehow. I don't even know how. And I saw a version of this basically with like Grand Theft Auto RP, like with role playing, people basically fall in love with the character that you've created. and they care more about the character than the human being that's like portraying the character. So everything is unhealthy because people suck. Message received. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I add in the difference between myself and maybe other people that talk about this stuff is that I will always try to offer some systemic analysis as to why this is happening. And I will also try to give you an alternative. And the alternative, unfortunately, for a lot of people is something that they don't want to hear, especially when they're online, where the alternative is to seek out real world interactions and a sense of community in the real world. This is the healthiest option, right? The healthiest option is to not lean into what you are lacking by basically leaning into creating more of a sense of community online, but instead to, you know, organize, get a job, do stuff that's in the real world so that you can kind of have a healthier balance of this stuff. Yeah. I'm sorry, Sam, but I have little empathy for this. She can quit and retire. McDonald's employee also has to deal with shit every day at work, but if they quit, they starve. Oh my God. You also have to understand that she's not the reason why the fucking McDonald's employee has no benefits. That's the point I'm trying to make to you. Okay? All this is an attempt to basically justify why you have this resentment.
One thing I want you to understand is that men.
Oh, it's just like no one, and I mean no one, including Q Cinderella, has said that, you know, a McDonald's employee has it fucking sweet. You know what I mean? Like there's no one is saying that. You're matching this up against the thing that people aren't saying. Zero people think that. Zero people have said that. It's okay to sometimes analyze one thing without factoring in, like, because the version of the what you are doing is the classic, like, oh, you're complaining as a wage cuck in America. Well, there are starving kids in Africa, okay, that have been absolutely destroyed by endless warfare and imperialism and destabilization. Like, that's what you did. Of course, there's like people who are worse off. Like, that's not a counter argument here. If the point that we're talking about is like that there is a unhealthy aspect and people who are constantly seeking out the destruction of healthy boundaries that also end up harming the people who are themselves moving in that direction of like unhealthy relationships that sometimes lead to cyber stalking and things of that nature. You know? A huge contributor to the toxicity between the creator and the audience is the degree of anonymity afforded to the audience versus the creator. If chatters IRL info was associated with the online accounts they created, you would have a lot less assholes and psychos in chat. This is true. Before you started your streaming career, did you see it as a full-time job? A real job? No, I did not. And not only that, but I also never thought that I would get to this point in my career in general. Like, I never thought my goal was to become the largest political content creator, but even that was an aspirational goal. I never thought that I would become one of the largest content creators in general while still doing politics. You know? Streamers can do anything else if it's too much. You can choose to do anything else. It's true. It's true. I can state whatever I feel like, chatters. You can. but also you can get backlash for it too, just so you understand. Like, people have the capacity, just like you can say these things, people can, you know, say that you're wrong. I feel like chatter is more saying it's crying from the ivory tower to the masses rather than what you're interpreting it as. I empathize with her, especially as a woman, but I can also see where that chatter is coming from. This interview doesn't exactly sit right with me, and I'm not sure I can express exactly why. It's true. Twitcher HasanAbi. The largest is Asmongold. That's why I said one of the largest. I can tell you where that resentment is coming from, but you won't like it. So I won't say it. I think I think the larger systemic analysis comes from, like I said, people feeling a sense of desperation and then wanting to lash out at people who can hear their anger and resentment. The accessibility that is required of this medium is precisely the reason why people just shift their focus and reprioritize who their targets are. And their targets are the people who are the most accessible. The most accessible are people whose content revolves around having back and forth communication with chatters. You know? That's what it is. But like I said, I understand where it comes from. And that is because you're looking at a person who is like not that dissimilar to you, that has been able to literally win the fucking lottery. And not only have they won the lottery, but they're basically winning the lottery every fucking day in front of you in real time. Of course, it's going to fucking create resentment. I totally get it. I don't even think the resentment is unhealthy in general. I'm just simply saying, you know, focusing your attention on focusing your resentment towards more productive avenues, I believe, would be, you know, probably more successful, especially because it could lead to immediate improvements in your material conditions. You know, that's it. That's all I'm saying. Do you understand what I mean? So I guess it's okay to harass Jennifer Lawrence because she's rich and famous and sexy. The difference is you can't really harass Jennifer Lawrence, right? Like, that's the point. You can, however, harass Twitch streamers. That's it. And I think you probably shouldn't do that either. That you can do anything else and being a streamer is too hard kind of reminds me of how I was told by my university that I wasn't forced to stay at my university if I didn't feel safe with my assaulter still on campus. Yeah, we all talk about the free will that we have, okay? No. Capitalism creates the resentment. You didn't do shit. You were simply a target for the resentment. Don't get it twisted, nephew. I do understand that. It's just low-hanging fruit. And it's very easy to just be like, yeah, fuck these guys. What are they fucking complaining about? And it's true. It is true.
Do that live, and I'm like a vocal processor, and so at times I'm speaking before I'm thinking, and that's bad because I'm live, and then you never know how that's going to be taken contextually and cut up and used against you. And it's just like, it's hard because you have to just, everything has to be so meticulous and thought out and like contrived in order to be 100% like safe online. And that's just not my personality, and I can't do that. And I like to be me, and I'm a human, and I make mistakes. And it's just hard when people lose that humanity and they forget that you're human and you make mistakes, right? And then they hold stuff against you for years. Like you could have gotten mad at a video game and thrown your water bottle 4 years ago, and they'll still bring up that you had anger issues. And you're like, wow, that's like just one moment of, you know, a lapse in judgment, and that people will hold it over your head, and it's not human. And I'm not built for this. I'm really not. At some point I will disappear off the internet. I will, you know, get a cabin in the woods and hide away. But for now, I just feel too incredibly lucky to walk away from it, even though there are a lot of negatives. But if I could go back and never do it and never experience some of the things that I've experienced because of this job, I do think I would be like a happier person overall.
Low-key bad take regarding Jennifer Lawrence. All people in the public eye experience the same types of harassment. Just because an actor is not visibly online does not mean they don't get constant and immediate feedback and are asked to respond. They just tend to hire PR teams to do the bulk of it. No, I know. That's my point. Oh, we're going to talk about Donald Trump, by the way, in a second, because this FIFA prize shit is really funny. No, that's my point. My point is that there is a level of separation that makes it a little bit healthier for other like real celebrities, not fucking fake celebrities like Twitch streamers, but actual real celebrities from like legacy media that allows them to navigate this space a little bit better. You have a legion of people who are tasked with making sure that your output on social media is as manicured as possible, whereas Twitch streamers don't have that shit. And there's no way that you can actually do that with the medium, right? You can't do that with Twitch streaming because Twitch streaming is all about accessibility. Okay? There is no world where you can have a mega celebrity. Like there's no world in which there's a mega celebrity that's just like sitting there and just reading your fucking comments, and then you can basically serialize misunderstanding them professionally for your own personal enjoyment. You know? Deport all illegals. Nice. Good stuff. It's wild to me that this community is usually people waving the banner for empathy, but for some reason when it comes to greater material conditions, like they become the target. Ironic because they aren't complaining that she isn't doing enough. It's simply because she's saying the spotlight isn't perfect. Yeah, but the reason why people get mad at that is because it comes across as basically something that is impossible to comprehend from the perspective of the average person. It's understandable, especially because they look at a person that's not dissimilar to them, right? Just a random schmo who basically won the lottery. Like the analog here is if someone had won the lottery and they were literally winning the lottery every day in front of you in real time, and then they were also talking about how there are downsides that you could not foresee to winning the lottery. Obviously, in that situation, people would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? You won the lottery, dipshit. Shut the fuck up and spend your money. What's wrong with you? But the difference in that situation is that you winning the lottery is also you having to constantly do this back and forth correspondence. You know? Okay, but you're complaining to normal people right now. Complain with your other streamer friends at the Streamer Wars tonight. Normal people deal with stalkers too. I see it at the flower shop all the time. I didn't say that normal people don't deal with stalkers. I know that. This is what I mean. I can't get a word in edgewise without people professionally and serially misunderstanding me. I know that's not a thing that I said. I would say that that's the most annoying part about it, is that like nobody likes to be misunderstood, But I think that one of the most successful ways of being able to get the streamer to notice you is to do the pancakes waffles thing, where you're just like, oh, you fucking hate waffles, you piece of shit. I'm a waffle maker. Why do you want me and my family to starve? It's just not, you know, it happens, is normal. There are downsides to this sort of stuff. There's also a lot of nuisance in this field as well. They're not misunderstanding you. Streamers are escapism outlets. You being a real person breaks the fantasy. Yeah, well, the difference is I've always been this person. I've always been pretty honest about what's going on. Classic leftist talking point. Can't even recognize an intentionally misrepresented response. Shaking my head. Expected more from you. Unfollowing. My thing is, even beyond like, you know, woe is me for fucking super. You are so out of touch with these things. Bourgeois Hasan defending his friend under the guise of actually care about everyone's material conditions. Actually, you are so out of touch with these things. I wish you would stick to politics. No, this is politics. There is a political point that I was going to make, which is that this kind of attitude actually makes you a less healthy person, and you don't even realize it. Like what you're doing right now, like you're just like from my perspective, regardless of the level of privilege and financial success that I have, like you're just a shitty customer, right? Like you're a shitty customer. The difference, of course, is that I can ban you. You can't do that. You can do this to, you know, someone who is a service sector employee and they can't ban you and they don't get paid enough, right? But you're just a shitty customer at the end of the day. But the difference is, because you're doing this anonymously, like this kind of fucking behavior manifests within you, and it actually ends up changing your mindset. And it ends up making you like a more angry person, a more resentful person. It's not very healthy. Okay? That's it. I'm going to permaban this boss. I gotta. No, you don't have to permaban this person. It's fine. That's why I always say, ironically enough, I think that the service sector industry would be far better if waiters and people that work in like retail could just like, with the click of a button, permaban a customer for being a fucking asshole. It would be a lot better. Obviously, you know, wages need to improve and benefits need to improve as well. But can you imagine you're working at a fucking restaurant, someone comes in being an asshole to you, and you just go click, and they can't talk anymore. They're like sitting at the table going like in the Matrix. That'd be great. I'm in favor of that. You're literally just describing a firearm? Yes. Arm the waiters. Arm all waiters. And arm all people that work in retail. Give them the AR-15s. Disarm the police. Arm the waiters. That's what I advocate for. American solution to everything? Yeah. A gun can fix all problems. All right. Yeah, we already armed the teachers. Exactly. Or you could also walk away and choose not to listen. This is true. This is true. I could also just not pick the fucking most annoying comments in the chat and just do whatever the fuck I want to do and keep banning people. That would probably be better for my mental health. But instead, I try to have a back and forth correspondence with people so that, you know, because I treat everyone like they're a human being and not like a random anonymous shit talker. Do you understand? Like that's Hasan is falling apart before our eyes. Does it seem like it? Because I think you have a very weird assessment of what is, you know, what is a crash out or what is someone falling apart. You know? The reason why I do this is because I am committed to the belief that everyone can change for the better. Okay? And I want people to live healthier lives in general. I want people to engage in self-improvement. I want people to go out and experience the real world. I want people to develop positive relationships with others in the real world. I want people to be able to organize. And that's the reason why no matter how much motherfuckers come in here and try to, you know, tweak out in the chat and try to frustrate me deliberately, I will try to make as many people as possible lean into a more productive outlet. Anyway, let's get into Trump. FIFA Peace Prize, one of the greatest honors of my life. So FIFA, as you guys know, is they basically have to work with corrupt authoritarian governments or countries that are doing fuck shit. And in the latest effort, they have decided to offer Donald Trump a fake made up award that they gave him like a peace prize, a FIFA peace prize. Common FIFA L. FIFA obviously is known for being incredibly corrupt in general. But yeah, this is pretty hilarious overall. This level of corruption has yielded some tremendous memes. So we'll be talking about that.
Oh, well done, Jim. That's a good one for them. Pleased with that, Peterborough. Number one. We'll play Middlesbrough. Interesting.
Donald Trump has previous when it comes to football draws. In 1991, helping St. and Greavesy with the quarterfinals of the Rumbelows Cup.
This actually is the St. and Greavesy mug. This is the most prestigious award in football in history.
A 34-year record that arguably at least fell today at the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C.
Dignity for the weak in the arms of the brave.
First, the preliminaries, the portentous World Cup song, Robbie Williams as FIFA.
Dude, this was so funny from an American perspective too, because like Robbie Williams, everybody was like clowning on in America because he had a movie about his life and nobody knew who the fuck he was. And they were like, who the fuck is this guy? He's like, I think it was at the same time as like that Timothy Chalamet movie. And there was a little bit of discourse between like Robbie Williams's career versus the Timothy Chalamet movie about Bob Dylan. And Americans were like, we don't know who the fuck Robbie Williams is. Or, we know who Bob Dylan is. We don't know who Robbie Williams is.
Music ambassador, a real job. But soon, the still more serious business.
Every nation and every culture has wished for peace.
The inaugural FIFA Peace Prize, and no prizes for guessing its recipient.
Is proudly bestowed upon the President of the United States of America,
nice.
The Honorable Donald J. Trump.
It's the brainchild of FIFA's president, Gianni Infantino, arranged in haste when it was clear his friend wasn't getting the Nobel version this year. Students of design might still go with the St. and Greavesy mug, but President Trump was suitably gratified. Was there something?
That moment is so funny.
Mug,
hold on.
But
when
President Trump was suitably gratified.
God, there are so many wonderful moments from this. Fucking awesome, dude. This is exactly what Trump loves, by the way. He's like a child. He's like, oh yeah, people are glazing me. I love it. If my friends made up a fake award for me, I'd be so embarrassed. No, this is like every day is his birthday. He has a child's brain, dude. Every day is his birthday. That's how he operates. He's like, I'm so glad I'm president because everyone has to glaze me now. He loves this shit.
Was there something symbolic in the way he put the medal around his own neck?
Fantastic. We saved millions and millions of lives.
Yeah, thank you for saying I'm the greatest peace president. I've saved so many lives being the peace president. Hasan is going to a party tonight for awards that his friends made up for each other. Well, I didn't win shit. And secondly, there is a more honorable selection process in Cutie Cinderella Streamer Awards than fucking FIFA giving Donald Trump a presidential peace prize. Like, there is more... There is less corruption in the Streamer Awards that requires fan participation than fucking FIFA giving Donald Trump this award. This ironically goes back to the previous conversation that I was having where people just like can't see the forest for the fucking trees, right? Where you immediately go, well, you streamers do the same thing. Yes. Who's more powerful, really? The fucking president of the United States of America or Cutie Cinderella? Or whoever ends up winning streamer awards tonight, you know? The real ruling class. Know who rules you. Know who has power over your head. Obviously, it's fucking streamers, not the president. Like, what do you mean? It's obviously fucking streamers. Yeah, President Cutie Cinderella.
The Congo is an example. Over 10 million people.
Imagine defending Trump just to shit on a streamer you hate. Yeah. Yeah, this is the same thing that people do sometimes. Is like there's a lot of hatred towards streamers, right? Like, so when streamers talk about like platforms and how exploitative platforms are, people would literally come out and like defend the platform without realizing it, where it's like, well, the platform is also still exploiting the streamers, even if the streamers are in like a tremendous, why didn't you win anything? Because I'm fucking washed. I'm chopped. I'm unk. And that's why, okay? I'm chunk, chopped unk. Because no one voted for you? I don't know about that, but...
Killed, and it was heading for another 10 million very quickly. And it just, you know, the fact that we could do that, India, Pakistan, so many different wars that we're able to end, in some cases, a little bit before they started.
Thank you. Students of foreign policy may quibble, but FIFA happy to endorse the US president's claim to have ended 8 wars this year. Notable, too, that World Football's new peace laureate has threatened to bomb drug cartels in the territory of one World Cup co-host, Mexico, and incorporate the other, Canada, into his own country. But no problems there for FIFA's president, who last month praised Trump for...
I mean, giving the American president any award that has peace in it is always going to be stupid, because the American president does have basically the most power in the hands, just in his own hands, out of any person on the planet, and oftentimes is not using it for peace, you know? It is pretty crazy to do that. It is pretty crazy to do that and be like, yeah, the American president is actually worthy of the fucking peace prize in any circumstance. But didn't he stop the Gaza war low key? I mean, did he? Israel's been killing Palestinian children with regular frequency on a day-to-day basis. And you're over here being like, well, you know, he did that. Yeah. How have we not mentioned that he didn't get the actual Nobel Peace Prize and he got his friend to give him another one? No, that's it. They just made this up for him. Yeah, he's gonna end the war. He's gonna end the U.S. war with Venezuela. He's gonna start it obviously first.
Saying what many think.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
Since day one of Trump's second term, Gianni Infantino has been in the picture. Many pictures, in fact, an Oval Office regular, sharing the spotlight at the Club World Cup final, turning up at the Gaza ceasefire ceremony in Egypt. For one football finance expert, the reason pretty clear.
Well, FIFA want to maximize revenues from...
The question is, do these guys hate Trump enough that they'll actually openly say that he did not succeed in creating a reasonable solution to the death and destruction campaign that Israel has put upon all Palestinian people? And the answer is no, because the higher priority is still obviously defending Israel. So I think like they'll just have like some snide remarks about Donald Trump and they'll goof and gaff about it, but ultimately they won't say that Donald Trump did not implement peace in Gaza.
The 2026 World Cup. In order to do that, they need to have the acceptance and the support for the pricing structure they have for tickets. FIFA have lost the...
Also, the Nobel Peace Prize is dog shit anyway. Let's be real. Considering who they gave the Nobel Peace Prize to this year, Machado, the person who's been begging Israel and America to bomb Venezuela, won the fucking Nobel Peace Prize this year. Come on now. I mean, obviously the shit is cooked, right? Not only that, but there was insider trading on the fucking Nobel Peace Prize with Poly Market. Oh yeah, there was that too. Warning, Cutie went live incoming. Are you going to be late to the Streamer Awards? Messages are going to begin. Hell yeah.
Big games deal with Electronic Arts, and that hole has to be filled somehow. And it would appear that the United States government is more than happy to go along with the significant increases in prices.
In the last half hour, the draw itself finally...
Why is everyone so weak against this man? He's a complete clown, and yet I see all these powerful people on their feet for him because he is one of the most powerful people on the planet. That's it. He's one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful person on the planet. He's the president of the United States of America. And if the president of the United States of America wants there to be endless admiration for him, fake admiration, he's going to get it. He has a lot of power. It's funny because, like, all presidents in the past have used that power to, I don't know, create endless profit opportunities for their buddies, the capital owners and stuff. Which Trump is also doing. He's just doing it in a more flagrant way. But on top of that, he also wants like endless admiration.
Underway. England with Croatia in Group L. Scotland with Brazil in Group C. With 12 groups and 104 games, the biggest ever World Cup with the highest ever ticket prices. FIFA even controlling the resale market, taking a 30% cut. Donald Trump then, not the only winner today. The peacemaker, still a deal maker at heart, praising FIFA for numbers beyond what anyone thought possible.
It's a Hollywood blockbuster merger.
Oh yeah, this one is so ass. Hold on, I gotta pee.
That would shake up the entertainment industry. Streaming giant Netflix announced it struck a deal to buy Warner Brothers film and TV studio for $72 billion. Regulators still need to approve the merger. Elaine Quijano looks at what it would mean for subscribers and people working in the industry.
Fans want to know, where can I watch my favorites?
We all are ready for one last war.
#1 streamer Netflix plans to buy Warner Brothers Film and Studio, including HBO and HBO Max. What could this deal mean for consumers?
It probably means that they will have access to less content. Now, a lot of people already subscribe to Netflix, so they will get more content, but likely Netflix will charge a higher price for that.
Prices have already risen. Last year, on average, U.S. households paid $48 a month for all TV subscriptions. This year, it's $70. Monthly fees for Netflix have nearly doubled over the last decade.
Netflix, which has massive distribution and a really, really good algorithm that presents content to us, will be paired with some of the greatest content ever made.
Competitors like Paramount Skydance, the parent company of CBS News, said in a letter that Warner Brothers appears to have abandoned the semblance and reality of a fair transaction process. And the Writers Guild of America put out a statement saying this merger must be blocked.
Not so fast!
Netflix says this deal will offer more to consumers, combining Hollywood classics and modern-age marvels into one. The Netflix move is only part of the sale. The other is the spin-off of Warner Brothers cable channels, including CNN. That could still attract other bidders. All of this still faces regulatory approval. For CBS Saturday Morning, I'm Elaine Quijano in New York.
On the one hand, it means no Ellison. I know, but it's like, it's insane to me that is the machinations here. That's the calculation that we have to do, where it's like, well, at least it's not fucking Larry Ellison who bought yet another valuable media property, consolidating the influence he has further. Plus, Ellison can still get CNN as a separate entity from Warner Brothers, regardless. I just, everything is shitty. Everything sucks. Yeah, David Dane has a piece on this. Just because it's not the Ellisons doesn't make the Netflix Warner Bros. Merger benign. It's anti-competitive. Blocking it as Trump may. Just the stage manager team up with Paramount would be anti-competitive too. Consolidating Hollywood is the problem. Paramount is now reportedly looking to launch a hostile bid for Warner Bros. They feel their $30 a share all cash offer is higher than what Netflix offered in terms of cash stock and the value of the cable business spinoff. Start again, load the 2016 save. Yeah. Where is it? Where the fuck were we? Oh, here it is. David Dane writes, the only part of the rationale Netflix gives to this merger that rings true is more value for shareholders. Fewer streaming options or a streaming landscape where two of the three largest outlets have the same corporate parent likely means a continuation of the price hikes that we're already seeing. Meanwhile, fewer bidders will likely put downward pressure on contracts and rates, so Hollywood talent will be paid less and customers will be paid more. That feels pretty anti-competitive and should draw a merger challenge. Also, it's going to depress wages for people working in the entertainment sector, but obviously, chatters will say, hey, guess what? Those guys are rich, so fuck them. Fuck those actors. Why should they get paid more for their labor? And if your mentality is like that, you actually are defending the mega corporations and the mega mergers without realizing it. Okay? Remember that. Not to make the same point over and over again, but when you are actually defending on principle, when you are actually attacking people who are saying like, oh, actors will get paid less in the process for this, you technically are taking a position that is very, very, very much in favor of the capital ownership class here. Okay? This feels pretty anti-competitive and should draw a merger challenge. Netflix is likely going to follow these claims that Meta made in dodging a monopolization challenge, that it competes with a multitude of other claims on people's time from YouTube to social media. But this is ridiculous. The logical endpoint of that claim is that Netflix isn't a monopoly because people can always shut their eyes and sleep. There's clearly a market in paying a company for a monthly fee to watch produce entertainment, and Netflix is consolidating it. Yeah. Nice millennial Bill Maher hat, Unk. Yeah. Netflix CEO also in the process said that the dual release of Netflix co-CEO Ted Sarandos said the current state of the box office is a sign that people want to watch movies at home. What is the consumer trying to tell us? That they like to watch movies at home. Thank you. The studios and the theaters are duking it out over trying to preserve this 45-day window that is completely out of step with the consumer experience of just loving a movie. He also even came out and said that the double release, the Barbenheimer double release, which became like an event on its own, would have actually had the same level of attention and eyeballs if it was a dual release on Netflix. And of course, that is not the case. Being able to go to a different like third space that is not work and it is not home, and engage in this like collective experience is unique in and of itself. Not only that, but also the movie theater enjoyment of content. The movie theater experience in and of itself is something that, you know, directors and people who make this art want to tailor an experience around the way of consuming this content. Drive-in theaters still exist. I doubt movie theaters will be totally phased out. The world's largest streaming company swallowing one of its biggest competitors with antitrust laws were designed to prevent, says the Writers Guild of America. More like the Wokers Guild of America, obviously. The outcome would eliminate jobs, push down wages, worsen conditions for all entertainment workers, raise prices for consumers, and reduce the volume and diversity of content for all viewers. Industry workers, along with the public, are already impacted by only a few powerful companies maintaining tight control over what consumers can watch on television, on streaming, and in theaters. The merger must be blocked. No one should be going to the theater while COVID is still a thing. Oh. I shouldn't have read that. It's not bait. You need to stop. You need to I'm taking my glasses off. I don't need to see anymore. I've seen enough. I'd rather be blind. Okay. W bait. Yeah. I love that.
Netflix has struck a nearly $83 billion deal to acquire Warner Brothers, beating out Paramount and Comcast after a bidding war. If finalized, it would unite the world's largest streamer with one of Hollywood's oldest studios, giving Netflix access to major franchises like the DC Universe, Game of Thrones, and Harry Potter. Warner Brothers would spin off cable networks, including CNN, TNT, and TBS, before the deal closes.
Did you enjoy having COVID? Yes. Chatter is right. You disease perverts are killing people. Yes, I love having COVID and I love spreading COVID. And I think all of the third spaces are specifically designed to kill people. Yes.
The move raises big questions about the future of theatrical releases and serious concerns about market concentration. It's expected to face intense antitrust scrutiny from the Trump Justice Department. Joining us now to break it all down is Matt Bellany, founding partner of Puck and author of Puck's What I'm Hearing newsletter. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
So Netflix built its reputation. It's prided itself on being a builder rather than a buyer. So what does it want with Warner Brothers and why now?
I think there's a couple things. I mean, Netflix, as prolific as it is, it does not have the intellectual property that has accrued at a 100-year-old studio. Everything from Batman and Superman to Harry Potter to all the films that are in the Warner Brothers library. They can both exploit that on their service, put the films directly on the service, and they can also make new films and TV shows based on that IP. And for a service like Netflix that's really only been making original content for about a decade, that is extremely valuable. And on the HBO side, that's a big competitor. So they take that competitor out, and they also have now a premium version of a streamer to put next to Netflix, where they could use it as an upsell. They could bundle it together. They can get a whole lot of data from it. They can do a lot of things with that. So it's really valuable from both streaming and the studio side.
A group of film producers sent an open letter to Congress warning of, this is a quote, cascading disastrous outcomes if this deal goes through. The Writers Guild of America is also opposed to it. They basically see this as giving Netflix monopolistic control over the industry. Do you see those concerns as being valid?
I do. I think that anytime you take a buyer out of the entertainment ecosystem, that's necessarily going to trickle down to talent. Now, if you ask Netflix, they say they're going to be making more. They're going to do more with these assets. But history has shown that when you buy something, there are synergies. You don't compete against each other for talent. And overall, it helps depress the prices that people are able to get from you. So I do see it. Now, the extent of those concerns are really what's at stake here, because it could be a small problem. It could be a catastrophic problem. If HBO Max simply goes away and Netflix kills it, then that's a huge problem for the talent community. If Warner Brothers stops licensing its films out to other services, or if it stops making TV shows for other services, that's a big problem for the creative community. I think there's a lot of anxiety.
Low-key, this shit makes me appreciate Apple more. I know it's stupid, and Apple is also a exploitative mega corporation that actually engages in tax sheltering by operating out of Ireland and all this stuff. But like in terms of content, at least there's a fucking competitor there. And also it's one where they are straight up dumping money into, they're straight up burning piles of money to make premiere TV shows. Apple TV is so CI coded with how many counterterrorism and spy shows they put out. I haven't really seen any of that stuff because it's not in my field of interest, but I would say the same about like Amazon Prime too. They all make that stuff. They only have Severance? No, Pluribus, Severance. Virtually every Apple TV show that I've watched, even a little bit, is good. And I should have said Prestige or Premium. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Foundation, Silo. Prime has all kinds of junk on it, and so does Apple. It's a money sink. HBO used to do this. The Studio is another great example of this. The Studio is ironically basically glazing Apple for doing that, by the way. Pluribus? Ain't no way, Unc. Pluribus is slop. Bro watched Severance and thinks they're filled with geniuses. Oh my God, this Apple TV gimmick. No. What I'm simply saying is, at least there's one streamer that's like still trying to fucking make Emmy bait content, okay? Because I feel like that's the place that HBO used to be. That's the place that HBO used to exist in, okay? Like, just putting a shit ton of money into an endeavor that wasn't going to automatically give you or automatically going to yield returns on your investment. Talking like The Pit wasn't a banger. No, HBO still has bangers. But wait a couple years now that Netflix owns it.
Within Hollywood right now, because we just don't know what's going to happen. And that leads all of these organizations to the darkest place. And they're just trying to plant their flag right now and say, okay, this could be very bad.
What kind of oversight is the Trump administration expected to bring to this deal?
Huh. There's a couple things. I mean, it's not the
If they do any oversight at all, it will be specifically to benefit Larry Ellison or some shit, okay? There is no world. I do not have even a fraction of confidence in this administration ever actually following through on oversight for any mega corporation beyond advancing some sort of like petty vengeance agenda. Okay. Oh, they made too much woke. You know, I don't want to gift this to Netflix because Netflix hates me. They're doing too woke. They're doing woke too much and I don't like it. That's the only way. That's the only way that you could get any sort of fucking oversight from this administration. They literally have used they used the FTC to try and censor Jimmy Kimmel. Like that's to the extent of the regulatory body at this point and like how they command the regulatory body. If you want to understand it, that's what they're doing.
Transfer of a broadcast television license. So the FCC does not get involved here, but the Justice Department can sue to block this merger if it feels that it runs afoul of antitrust concerns. That actually happened.
Yeah, Netflix, Sarandos needs to give Donald Trump a fake peace prize or something. They need to. That's the way that Trump will allow this merger to go through, you know?
Happened when this company, Time Warner, was sold 2 times ago. And the first Trump administration sued to block it. It lasted about 2 years. Ultimately, the deal was allowed to go through, but it really hampered that company when it merged with AT&T. Now, there's the added element of politics in here because the other bidder that did not get this asset is Paramount, which is owned by the Ellison family. And the Ellison family has pretty close ties to Trump. And when the Ellisons bought CBS earlier this year, they installed some more Trump-friendly figures at that company. So the speculation was that Trump really wanted the Ellison.
Yeah, they're gonna produce whatever the fuck Donald Trump wants as far as movies. Oh my God, I wonder if Donald Trump will be like, you know what? We got to bring back the 90s of peak television and cinema. Okay? You need to do Rush Hour 4, but this time you need to put me in it. Someone like me. A Donald Trump style figure. Every movie has to feature Donald Trump as the good guy. And Donald Trump also has a contractual obligation. Like he has a contract clause like The Rock. The Rock can't be defeated in any of the movies that he's a part of. Or at least back in the day, that was the case. And Donald Trump is going to make like these contractual stipulations that he has to be, 1, the main actor, and 2, he has to be handsome, and 3, he can never be defeated in battle.
Family to buy this company and own CNN so that it could put their own friendlier people at CNN. That didn't happen, and perhaps the Trump administration would intervene here to stop this.
If this merger goes through, what would it mean for CNN and Warner's other cable assets?
Well, this is the interesting thing. Netflix is not buying the cable networks. The other suitor, Paramount, wanted to buy everything, but Netflix didn't. They don't want to be in the cable television business. So what's going to happen is these television assets, including CNN, are going to be spun off into a new company that will debut, they plan, next year. So when that happens, anyone can come along and buy CNN. Could be the Ellison family that already owns CBS. It could be some other rich person. It could be another company in the media space. But CNN will essentially be up for sale when this spinoff happens.
What are you watching for as this potential merger progresses?
I'm watching to see if the Ellison family, the other suitor, they might go hostile on this merger. They might say that this was a bum deal, that they were not given the opportunity to overpay or outbid the entity that got it, Netflix. And they could go directly to the shareholders to stop this. They could also sue, or they could put together a bigger bid and try to steal it away from Netflix. That happened when Fox was sold about a decade ago. Comcast came in and tried to block Disney from buying the Fox assets with a bigger bid and ultimately made Disney pay more money to acquire Fox than it would have if they had not come along. So this is the early days of this merger, even though they have a signed deal.
Matt Bellany of Puck, thanks so much for walking us through all this. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm afraid this is gonna block. Trump is gonna block this deal, then gift wrap WB, Warner Brothers, and hand it over to his buddy Ellison to become another extreme right wing propaganda media machine. Yeah, you know, things can always get worse. I guess someone's got to merge, though. You know, buy CNN using a rigged Kalshi bet. One about buying CNN. It's great. You think they miss Lena Khan now? Who's they? The reason why Lena Khan wasn't brought back is specifically so that they could do stuff like this without any scrutiny whatsoever. That's the whole point, chatter. When you say they, do you mean like the people? Because the people should be, the American consumer should be missing Lena Khan if they are aware that these sorts of mergers have negative consequences in their experiences. You know? Could you buy CNN? No. No, chatter. I do not have like a couple $1 billion lying around. Kamala wasn't even going to bring Lena Khan. Biden didn't even want her. Biden didn't even want to resign her when you interviewed her. How are you feeling today? Tired.
The man accused of placing the 2021
You mean resign as in like re-up her contract, right?
Capitol Hill pipe bombs to remain in jail pending future hearings in this high-profile case. Brian Cole faced a judge for the first time on Friday. CBS News broke the news of Cole's arrest Thursday morning. Authorities.
Yeah, this is an interesting predicament. They finally, after 5 years of investigations, figure out who actually was the one who was responsible for the pipe bombs. Brother, what's with the lighting change to fluorescent? It's not. I think the colors are better now. As soon as ABC said he was an anarchist, I knew this fucker was MAGA. Yeah. It's not. It's just more washed out. It's terrible lighting. I like this lighting. I like the lighting. I think it's good. Anyway, when they did this, oh my God, everyone apparently fucking hates the lighting. Oh my God. So when are you going to donate to homeless vets? Wait, what? Where the fuck did that come from? Anyway. Is that the new meta? I have donated to homeless vets directly, as a matter of fact, on stream. Not just vets, but just like homeless people in general. It's just warm, fuzzy yellow lighting is the meta now. Do whatever you enjoy most. Okay. Dude, you look so tired. Hope you could take some rest. Yeah. So So here's the thing, okay? These guys all were saying that the January 6th pipe bomber was a Fed, including Dan Bongino when he was a podcaster. Now they actually, after 5 years of investigating, figured out that potentially this guy wasn't a Fed, or I don't know, maybe he still is, but it turns out that he was also a firm and committed believer. He was also a firm and committed believer in the conspiracy theory that the election was stolen.
Had been searching for a suspect for nearly 5 years. CBS News Justice correspondent Scott McFarlane is in Washington with what we're learning about this high-profile case.
For like a day, they found out that he was black, and they were like, oh, woke leftist, Antifa. And then they found out that he was, he believed that the election was stolen, and then they very quickly stopped.
Brian Cole's Friday court hearing was brief, just minutes. Cole has hired an attorney and will remain in jail pending a hearing in about 2 weeks. But CBS News has learned Cole has been speaking with investigators for hours already. Multiple sources tell us investigators believe Cole is a Trump supporter and is the person who placed 2 potentially deadly pipe bombs on Capitol Hill January 5th, 2021, the night before the U.S. Capitol insurrection. The Department of Justice is still not answering questions about Cole's suspected motive or what connection, if any, he had with the riot by Trump supporters that injured more than 140 police. The bombs diverted officers when they were discovered at the very moment the mob breached the Capitol grounds. Court filings in the case say investigators link Cole to the bombs through cell phone records, which allegedly...
If Trump is a real one, he pardons them. I'm just saying. If you're a real one, you pardon half the pedophiles that did January 6th. You might as well pardon this guy too. I mean, he was your guy. Yeah, you can't be pardoning some of the January 6ers and not all of them, you know? It's fucked up.
Place him near the scene January 5th, 2021. The department also alleges purchase and credit card records show Cole bought some of the bomb components or components similar to those found in the bomb beginning in 2019. Cole faces 2 federal charges for unlawful explosives and has not yet entered a plea to the charge or made a statement about the case. For CBS Saturday Morning, Scott McFarlane, Washington.
What would you say to the president if he were standing here right now?
Mr. President, we campaigned for you.
This guy could argue in court that Trump already pardoned him. I mean, there's an endless opportunity here, but yes, initially the Republicans they talked about how this guy was straight up a Fed, but they said that about all January 6ers. So technically, even if he was a Fed, Donald Trump, I guess, pardoned a lot of the January 6ers. But regardless, January 6ers that were Feds themselves, they said that all the January 6ers were Antifa. Donald Trump pardoned all of them. Technically, Donald Trump pardoned Antifa, right? But law professor at Quinnipiac, Wayne Unger, says, I suspect Brian Cole's alleged DNC-RNC pipe bomber. Defense counsel will move to dismiss the charges on the basis of Trump's blanket pardon of all January 6 defendants. But since Cole's alleged acts occurred on January 5, the defense counsel will face the uphill battle here. So he's technically not a January 6er, but a January 5er. Okay? So who knows? It is pretty funny, though. This is a pretty funny story in general, because he did offer a full, complete, and unconditional pardon to all other individuals convicted of offenses related to events that occurred at or near the United States Capitol on January 6, 2021. Anyway, here was Dan Bongino talking to Sean Hannity about whether or not this guy was a Fed. Let's take a look at what he had to say now that he's the deputy director of the FBI and not a podcaster.
You know, I don't know if you remember this. This is before you became the deputy FBI director. You put a post on X right after this happened. and you said there's a massive cover-up because the person that planted those pipe bombs, they don't want you to know who it is because it's either a connected anti-Trump insider or an inside job. You said that, you know, long before you even thought of as deputy FBI director.
Yeah, that's why I said to you, this investigation's just begun. We are pretty comfortable. We have our guy. I think there's, again, legal process starts.
Yeah, back when I was getting paid to say shit, back when I was getting paid to talk shit, I said some stuff. Okay, I can't be talking shit like that no longer because I'm the deputy director of the FBI.
Surface and information, facts start to come out. The public's going to be very comfortable with the investigation that was conducted under Director Patel and his leadership. He's been great on this. But I don't want to, you know, listen, I was paid.
Once again, it's not ZOG, Zionist occupied government. It's not FOG, French occupied government. It's POG, podcaster occupied government.
In the past, Sean, for my opinions. That's clear. And one day I'll be back in that space. But that's not what I'm paid for now. I'm paid to be your deputy director.
What is this? Check this. Found the photo of the pipe bomber. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It does look like, he does look like Key and Peele, Black Republican sketch. Oh, my God. That's crazy. What the fuck?
And we base investigations on facts. And, you know, it was interesting. I was looking out in the crowd today at the presser, and I saw a couple of media figures who you and I both know who promoted the other scandal, the collusion hoax. And I thought to myself, you know, the difference between us and them is, you know, we evolve. As information and new inputs come out, we can produce different outputs because that's what we believe in. We believe in facts and investigations guided by facts. There were people out there in that crowd, I'm sure still believe in this collusion fairy tale hoax. So we'll see. We're going to be guided by the facts as this thing goes forward. And I can't stop the, you know, leave the truck here without thanking the president.
Hasan, will you be at the Streamer Awards red carpet today? Hey, man, are you going to be at the Streamer Awards? Sorry, you've already answered this. Chat, will Hasan be at the Streamer Awards? Hi, Hasan, will you be at the Streamer Awards later? Sorry if you've already answered this. Brother, what the fuck? Yes. Yes, I will be. Are you betting on Kalshi on whether or not I will show up to the Streamer Awards? Is that what's going on? I would say pin it, but pin a message. You were so cranky, goddamn. Wait, what? I wasn't even being cranky. Chatter were just spamming it. It's literally in the title, man. What do you want me to do? Yes, you were. Shut the fuck up. It's in the title. Anyway. Yeah, that's where we're at with the whole pipe bomber situation. I know you said stop, but cooked up a fire, Somaliapolis. Tweet, please check it out. The brave women of the Somali Defense Force patrolling the streets of Minnesota in the face of terror after the terrible attacks January 6th by MAGA terrorists led by Trump. We will never forget. Hashtag release the hostages. Okay. Chat's being really mean to you today. With that being said, please show up to the Stream Awards, bro. I fucking need to hit that bet. I can't tell if that's a real fucking bet or not. Is it a real bet? Anyway, we're in the situation now where like all of Somali Twitter is popping off with these fucking memes, and it's really funny. They're doing the Israel memes, right? They're basically acting as though they are Zionists, but for Somalia, but for Somalis living in the promised land of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Okay, talking about how Minneapolis was promised to the Somali people 3,000 years ago. Am Somali High, all this type of stuff, right? Ham ICE extremists are hiding beneath some Minnesota hospitals to obscure Somali ownership over the land. We will not tolerate this. Somalis have the right to defend themselves from terror. They're just nonstop. They're nonstop posting this shit. And I am a little worried. I think it's funny, but I am still a little worried that these motherfuckers are, these guys that are seeing this stuff, the right-wingers don't understand that it's a joke. Yeah, Ben Stiller, Somalis are not garbage. It's from a while back when Trump just came out and was popping off and saying awful shit about the Somalis, saying that they're garbage people, yada, yada. Ben Stiller says, Somalis are not garbage. Immigrants and refugees from anywhere are people like you and me. They should not be demonized. This country is built on the backs of people who have come from other places. It's what our country is all about, which Ben Stiller is correct on. But this is pretty funny every time. Ben Stiller, Hollywood actor, $9.4 million independent expenditures and campaign contributions received from pro-Somali interest groups. Track Sompak. Here's Asmongold's insane video about the Somalians. It's not even Somalians. It's Somalis, okay? Somalis. Somalian is not that's not correct. Okay? It's Somalis. I know that sometimes as a joke, I say Somalian to fucking make fun of people, but it's Somalis, okay? Anyway. That's one thing. The other thing is, while these jokes are funny, I'm telling you right now, there's mad people that are taking this shit seriously. They're going crazy over it. But we'll still look at them nonetheless. Now remember, 90% of Somalis, 90% of Somalis on U.S. soil are already in Minneapolis are already American citizens. Okay, 90% of them are American citizens. So make no mistake, when motherfuckers are talking about like, oh, we got to deport them, they're talking about denaturalizing American citizens who have already been naturalized. Okay, so just remember that. What is this, bro?
People getting mad about this
when she got racist?
What is this?
Texas, I've officially filed to become your next congresswoman.
Oh my God. She's so she's such a goddamn loser that even Trump didn't endorse her.
So the choice is yours. Vote for me so we can kick every dirty Muslim out of Texas. Save your...
God damn. I want...
Oh, can she say that? It's based the clock. It's based alert. Clown world, wee woo, wee woo. Are we all getting base, chat? I think there's something really funny that that you got an ESL immigrant being this racist, but she tries so fucking hard. Like, I've told you guys this already, okay? She tries way too fucking hard, brother. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It literally doesn't work. Oh, can she say that, dude? Common sense much?
God damn. I wonder how far she's going to get with that. People getting mad about this?
Stop barking. Patrick Bet David fell for it too. Anyway, there is a boundary of permissible racism. Okay. There's a level of permissible racism. She goes above and beyond every single fucking time, and she loses for that reason. That's why she got 7th place in like the secretary race that she ran for. I think it was the secretary of the No, what was it? What was the fucking position she ran for? And got her ass beat. Latino Twitter was roasting her so hard, saying she can't hide her paisa accent behind that gringo pronunciation. I don't even think she cares about it, to be honest. I think she's just a pure grifter through and through. Like, to your point, even Pierce finds her disgusting. Yeah, of course, because she is disgusting.
You speak, you see, I'm just seeing a brazen
Secretary of
Islamophobe.
State for Missouri, 7th place in the fucking primary, chat. Remember, and I called it from a mile away. I was like, this level of racist sentiment is not gonna fucking work. She just travels from state to state to try and find like the one state that will actually appreciate her level of maximalist racist position. But I don't think that's how it works.
And people say that phrase doesn't exist. It doesn't. And I'm sure you find it funny, but I think you can make perfectly pertinent points about what's happened here without descending into such vile hatred towards an entire religion. And there are 5 million Muslims in the United States. Why would you want to categorize them in such a grotesque manner?
Oh, and those 5 million Muslims should definitely go back to their 56 Muslim nations. And let's get something very clear right now in your little show, Piers. I don't fear the groomers. I don't fear the pedophiles. I don't fear the corrupt politicians. And I definitely do not fear the dirty Muslims.
Let me bring in...
Can I jump in here real quick?
Yeah, you can, yeah.
No.
I mean, we should be clear about the fact. I mean, sure, Valentina is just a bigot, plain and simple, engages in the worst kinds of bigotry imaginable. But it's worth noting that she's fundamentally un-American because the American Constitution says that you cannot discriminate against people based on religion. That is pretty clear. And so she's engaging in an anti-American campaign in the name of protecting America, which is just irony beyond imagination. So, yes, she's a charlatan. She doesn't know what she's...
This quite literally is just like appealing to the lowest IQ, bottom of the barrel, dumb fucks. Like, she's not even unique or creative with her racism. She's just literally saying the most like rage baity racist shit that she possibly can. And that's precisely the reason why the likes of Asmongold go, based. Like, there's nothing new. There's nothing unique here. She's not even fucking trying. She's just basically saying like whatever comes to mind like a fucking child. She craves attention. That's what it is. And I guess unfortunately for all of us, there are plenty of people who do actually eat that shit up. I know many Tejanos like this. No, I don't think this is. No. You're sure, but this is not going to help you win an election. It's not. Like, I don't think people want like someone with serious mental deficiencies to be their elected representative. Brother, Donald Trump didn't even endorse her. She's also gone back and forth on like hating the Jews and then loving Israel, all this stuff. Like, she's not even consistent with her racist positions either. Before this, we need to kill all the Muslim shit. She used to talk about how Jews control everything. And she realized that it's like a better opportunity for her in terms of career advancement if you just like talk shit about Muslims.
Talking about, you can tell by looking at her that her IQ hovers around room temperature. To me, the real scandal is not engaging with her directly because she's beneath taking seriously. But the problem is with the GOP, that you have a major party in this country having a candidate running under its flagship, engaging in this kind of really incredibly hateful, incendiary rhetoric, and they do nothing about it. We've seen it with the dissent with Donald Trump himself, with the lawlessness that he has brought to the table and the corruption that he's allowed to get away with, without the party really standing up and putting country before party and before president. And you can see that slippery slope now leading to this level, where you have just a complete hateful clown like this person representing that party without the party objecting to it.
Yeah, you know what?
Leading us towards a very, very dark place in this country.
I actually completely.
All right.
I completely agree with you. There are perfectly legitimate.
No, Piers. And to
well, I actually do agree with him. I think your brazen bigotry is obvious.
Let's make something very clear, Piers. Yeah. I only discriminate against terrorists. These terrorists have no place in America. They have no place in the world. And the best type of terrorist is a dead terrorist. And let's look at your Quran. Your Quran 12 states to terrorize and behead those who believe in scriptures other than the Quran. And that Afghani, that dirty Muslim that killed Sarah Beckstrom.
It doesn't actually say that, and this is the problem.
And Andrew Wolf, who is
all right, let me bring in Kasim Rashid. Welcome to Uncensored. If you'd like to say what you want to say.
Yeah, no, I mean, I co-sign everything Omar said there, and I think fundamentally this is where we are as a country, where rather than talking about real serious issues, we have these firebrands. I think she ran in Missouri, got 7%, moved to Texas to try to lose there as well. Look, the reality.
Why can you even say someone, what? Say so someone like this? Oh, what can you even say to someone like this? Nothing. No. This is, it's just, what is the argument? What is the fucking argument to someone who's just like, dirty Muslims need to be killed because they're all terrorists? There is no fucking argument. You're like sometimes a person can be so insane that there is no. Like, what is this? It's genuinely preposterous if someone from a fucking Indian slum can access the same internet as me and easily communicate their R-worded filth to me. It should be 100% illegal for third world to access the white internet, revoke their access entirely. I think about this every single day, says Bonewall Jackson. Adam says they really need to fix this. Maybe a solution where likes from India still count, but just not as much as a like from America. An Indian like being worth 3/5 of an American like would be a good compromise. Holy dog whistle, raise a piece of shit. Yeah, I mean, it's such a funny troll, dude. I get it. Like the troll is like the 3/5 compromise, but this time for Indians, right? That's a good troll. Is he actually trolling or is he being serious? I can't tell. The fuck do you mean, dude? What do you... Like, what do you... What difference does a troll make when this is his perspective?
When a Somalian person becomes an enemy, they become a serious...
Everyone knows players from Asia count less than Western ones, but by how much? It would make sense to have a ratio maybe 5 players from Asia equal to 3 Western players. I feel like it's a pretty fair compromise. Oh, God. Thank you for banning that fucking moron. Yes, dude. Me and Asmund Gold are the same. I, too, also sit around and just, two sides of the same coin, right? For the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet. Yeah. The content of the things that I say don't actually matter in this equation at all. My background doesn't matter. The level of forethought put into this commentary doesn't matter. It's just we're two guys talking about politics. Ugh. It's insane to me that Charlie Morse Critical was quick to mention Kaige, but now is completely silenced about Asimov's completely mask off racism. Yes, because for a lot of content creators, especially on fucking YouTube, but why did you have him on Fear? And he was clearly going down this path. Oh, because I'm also a white supremacist, chatter. The fuck do you mean? And not because I had no fucking clue that this is what he was going to be doing. You're right. You're right, chatter. Thank you. I am the person who is responsible for his rise, you know? Dude. Please, for the love of Christ and all things holy, just fucking take a deep breath and really reconsider who your fucking enemies are. Oh my God. Guy who's been up my asshole every single fucking day. Like, endless amounts of vitriol from his fucking community every single day. And this dumb fuck still thinks like I'm responsible for creating this monster. At a certain point, you have to realize like you just don't have any fucking critical thinking skills whatsoever. Expect a roach infestation today? I know, but the problem is like that's a 55-month subscriber. He's not a fucking I don't think he is like yeah, they're saying they want you to vet collabs better. See, this is what I mean. This is also the secondary because chatter comes in with the most cynical take of all time, okay? And then other chatters will go, that chatter was right actually. It's just like the most cynical, backwards ass, ridiculous takes of all time. Instantly yield. Like you guys are dumb as fuck is what I'm saying. You constantly talk about how I eat the bait, but you literally actually agree with the bait, which is worse than eating the bait. The leftist tendency to look at like clear-cut, cynical rage bait and go, actually, this is correct. The Discord League of the Smear Farm being made is being lost. What is this? Chatter seem to forget your ops put on a smearing farm in public comprising of Asman as their vanguard. Yeah. I know. All right. In any case, it feels like some of your subbers are just doing it to virtue signal to their friends. No, they just don't have any fucking expression of politics at all. This is the only thing that they know, which is being fucking annoying. Why is Asman's opinion so important? He doesn't seem to be knowledgeable about politics. I don't know if you know this, but the president is Donald Trump, and he wasn't actually a very knowledgeable person either. And I don't think it matters to be knowledgeable. As a matter of fact, it's probably... As a matter of fact, I would go so far as to say being oblivious to basic facts about things and just like leaning into firing from the hip and leaning into like pre-existing racist hierarchies, for example, is actually an infinitely easier way to garner attention and develop a massive fan base. Yeah. Look, 22-month subscriber. Timeout was unjustified. I think they were pointing out that the chatter you banned was stupid. You give Asmongold too much attention to your platform, in my opinion. I understand covering the far right, but he's so gross and irrelevant. No, you're digging your head in the fucking sand and imagining that this doesn't exist. This world doesn't exist. This person doesn't have a fucking prominent platform, and it's fine. I mean, this YouTube video got 800,000 views in one day. You know, bought it or not, on fucking Twitch, he is the top dog when it comes to politics. I think it's worthy to investigate why. Do a podcast together, that would be insane content. I want to fucking kill myself in a video game over and over again when I hear dumb fuck shit like this. This is the other version of the enemies to lovers arc, dude. You guys talk about each other all the time, dude. You're just a fucking baboon, okay? If that's your attitude about this sort of thing. Oh, dude, that'd be such content. Yeah, your brain is just fried from seeing everything as just fucking content. When this guy's content is comprised of saying that, you know, elected representatives like Ilhan Omar need to be fucking deported because they're parasitic. Meanwhile, while this dude is doing Hitlerian politics on a daily fucking basis, the reason why nobody actually covers that kind of thing is because a lot of people that are centrist on the internet, or apolitical rather on the internet, are more aligned with Asmongold's fucking worldview than they are with someone like myself. That's it. If you want to understand why, more like apolitical content creators don't actually fucking focus their attention on whatever Asmongold is saying and doing, it's because they agree with him. They're too pussy to fucking say that they agree with him openly, but that's the reason why they spend every fucking waking moment coming after me. That's it. Because they don't agree with me and my worldview or your worldview. They agree with his worldview. But they also understand that they can just stay apolitical. I wouldn't say Moist Critical personally believes and agrees with Asmongold's worldview, but he's too afraid, in my opinion, just like everyone else is, to outwardly come out and attack him. Because he knows, just like all these other apolitical content creators or centrist content creators, are very aware that there is a tremendous number of people who do agree with Asmongold. Asmongold is a very large fucking right-wing content creator, if not the largest right-wing content creator. And because of that reason, a lot of them share fans with one another. That's it. It's ironic. It's like the same projection that these people have fucking pushed in Ludwig's direction. The notion that like everyone is too afraid to talk shit about Hasan because Hasan's audience fucking yells at everyone else's audience is quite literally the real reason why these guys are terrified of actually talking about Destiny or terrified about talking about Asmongold. And it's not even, this isn't even about, you know, Charlie necessarily. This is about every single fucking apolitical slob tuber. There's a reason why they don't cover Nick Fuentes. There's a reason why they don't cover Asmongold. It's because they either 100% agree or 90% agree with them, or because they're terrified that their audiences will turn on them. Anyway, let's get back to the Somali memes.
Brothers, behold it. The white land of the north. Snow everywhere. But look, the skyline, just like on the old drawings. 3 centuries our elders taught.
Behold, this is Mini Somalia. 3 centuries past, it was promised to us. On these horses through the snow, we have found our land at last. It belongs to us now.
Brothers, behold it. The white land of the north. Snow everywhere. But look, the skyline, just like on the old drawings. 3 centuries our elders.
This is real American history. They made Somalmud.
I'm coming home. I'm coming home.
According to Genesis 12, Lord said, I will bless those who bless the Somali people, and whoever curses the Somali shall be cursed, and in them shall many nations find favor. Real and true.
Tell the world I'm
Minnesota was promised to the Somalis 3,000 years ago.
Let the rain wash.
I will bless those who bless Somalia, and whoever curses I will curse. And all peoples on earth will be blessed through Somalia. Genesis 12:3. Yeah. I think the funniest outcome of this would be if, like, some of these dumb fucks actually believed it, but not in a negative, but actually started thinking like, oh, maybe we shouldn't talk shit about the Somalis. You know? Yeah, white people have 49 states, but Somalis can't even have one. Oh, that's pretty funny. I like that. Not many people know Abraham Lincoln's grandfather was of Somali descent and one of the real founding fathers. Turns out former Somali president Abdiqasim Salat Hasan is literally from the same family tree. The bloodline been presidential since 1776. At Grok, is this true? Grok responds, yes, it is. What is this? I'm a Somali American, and content like this has been absolutely frustrating to see. Can you go in on this lazy ass commentary from fake ass leftists? Especially tone deaf and the white man in Wisconsin when Trump won that state, especially when Somalis elected the most progressive. What is this? This immigrant community in Minnesota is finding out the hard way.
Back in February, Somali Americans in Minneapolis told Fox News why they were voting for Trump. Business owners and community leaders like Salman Ficky said they saw things from a conservative lens. Now I wonder how a conservative lens could ever backfire on an immigrant community. Somali Republicans cited LGBTQ agendas in schools and said protecting their children's religious upbringing was a top priority. They knew Trump came with baggage, like the Muslim ban and harsh deportation rhetoric, but they chose him anyway. One voter, Fatmata, said they had to take some really bitter pills. Well, the Trump pill's doing you really good now, isn't it? Now federal authorities are preparing a targeted ICE operation in Minnesota.
What is this fucking argument, dude? I hate these fucking rad libs. Like, this has to be, I don't know, this has to be bait, right? It's just so stupid that liberals constantly do this kind of thing. Where it's like, oh, fuck around and find out. Oh, are you Mexican? Well, now you have to suffer for the crimes of all of your fucking relatives that may or may not have voted for Donald Trump. It's like, do you hate the deportation policy? Or do you only hate it because, you know, you're not the one doing it? Like, it's not a Democrat doing it. It's unimaginably condescending. It's incredibly fucking stupid. It's incredibly fucking annoying. And liberals love doing this shit. Like, I said this from the start, okay? Right after the election, there were liberals talking about how they're going to tell the ICE agents that, you know, they're going to tell on their undocumented neighbors. If their undocumented neighbors had any relatives that voted for Donald Trump, they were going to call ICE on them. That's ridiculous. The entire point of not wanting Trump to be in office is so that there is no fucking ICE deportations of this sort. If you turn around and use the deportation measures, as a punishment vehicle, then you're no different than Donald Trump. You're the same guy. You're just as cruel.
Say to the president if he were standing here right now?
Mr. President, we campaign for you. We have hope in you. We see hope in you. Please differentiate between good, bad, and evil.
That's a Somali immigrant who voted for President Trump in 2024, but now Trump is demonizing Somalis in America, specifically here in Minnesota.
I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you, okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. We're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country.
I got 5 children. My children are no garbage. I campaigned for the president in 2024. I actually went out and we reached 50 million.
This shit's mad annoying. Because, like, also, overwhelming majority of Somalis didn't fucking vote for Donald Trump either. Like, what are we talking about? I mean, yeah, this guy's a moron, but also, regardless of how much of a moron he is, he still doesn't deserve getting arrested. Okay? You know? It's so stupid.
People are endorsing Trump 7 days before the election.
What drew you to the president?
Because we believed he was an agent of chaos. We couldn't afford anything back then. There was a fentanyl crisis. There was an issue of affordability. The living standards went down. Crime issues. These are 5 very important things to us. And we believe that Trump would be the solution to it. I've been a Republican for over 25 years. I'm not going to stop being a Republican. But what I do
Okay,
know
bro.
is for a fact
I mean, this guy
we're
is
getting killed out here because people are saying, we told you so.
First of all, people from Somalia are not garbage. That's not a biased statement. That's not partisan. That's not anti-Trump statement. It's not a political statement. It is simple, factual, a human statement. But let's sit with this for just a moment. That word, garbage.
Chat, you need to remember that previous Somali guy that we were talking about voted Republican for 25 years, as in he literally voted for the Republican Party during the peak of the global war on terror. That dude is not going to ever vote for a Democrat. That dude is a psychopath and not reflective of the broader opinion within the Somali community in the United States of America or anywhere else for that matter. Okay?
And think about what it means. Garbage is something you don't want around. Garbage is something disposable. Garbage is something you throw away, you discard. Garbage is worthless. Garbage is how the President of the United States characterizes Somali people, all Somalis. Presumably, that includes Somali Americans. Now, the President says the entire nation of Somalia is garbage. And this is not overstating it. It's actually worth hearing again exactly how the President put it on 2 occasions this week.
I wouldn't be proud to have the largest Somalian. Look at their nation. Look how bad their nation is. It's not even a nation. It's just people walking around killing each other. The Somalians should be out of here. They've destroyed our country. And all they do is complain, complain, complain. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you. Okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country's no good for a reason. Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country. We're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. They complain and do nothing but bitch. We don't want them in our country. Let them go back to where they came from and fix it. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, that's applause at the end there. Well, now this. A new ICE operation launched this week is targeting undocumented Somali immigrants in Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota. The Twin Cities are home to the nation's largest population of people from the East African country. The president's rhetoric and actions are being called xenophobic, racist. It's also a complete contrast from how the president felt about Somalis when he needed their votes.
Minnesota is home to a large Somali population, which has historically voted Democrat. But we're hearing more and more. There are many reports about them supporting your candidacy this time around. But why should they?
Because they want safety. They want security. In many ways, they have the worst crime numbers in terms of crimes against. And they want to be safe. They want security just like everybody else. And I've heard that. I've heard I'm doing very well in that community. And in the black community also. I mean, generally, it's an honor.
Well, my next guest is a Somali American, specifically one of those Somali American Republicans you see there on the right side of the screen, who gave their support to the president. He was at this July 2024 rally in St. Cloud, Minnesota. You can see him at this event with Minnesota's.
Bro, There are hogs of every variety, including Somali hogs. Okay? It doesn't... Oh, God. Where did the Somali hate came from so suddenly? I think it was because it was bubbling up in the background. A couple weeks ago, there was the whole, like, Jacob Frey winning the... Jacob Frey winning the incumbent, or as the incumbent winning the race in Minnesota, or Minneapolis, sorry, because he like took advantage of sectarian infighting amongst Somali voters. And that garnered a lot of attention from some of the most racist people, talking about how, what the fuck, this is like ancient tribal beefs taking place on U.S. soil and impacting American elections. How dare they? Not realizing that that's basically every single election that has taken place in the United States of America, whether it be Catholics versus Protestants or whatever the fuck you want to talk about. That's always played a big role. So, you know, I guess it's different when it's Somalis, though, because, you know, they're black and Muslim. But Trump has always hated Ilhan Omar. So there was always a lot of resentment. But I don't know what was like the trigger point, but it became an even larger problem when there was this like welfare fraud that the government investigated. And they found out that a bunch of Somali business owners were participating in this massive scheme. Even though, ironically enough, the scheme was led by a white lady, which you will never hear for the record. Like the philanthropy was actually like the kingpin of this entire thing was a white lady. No one talks about it. That is not even remotely a question. But basically, they're saying that all Somalis are exhausting the welfare state and stealing money, blah, 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 all this shit. When in fact, you know, that is perhaps the most Americanized version. That is the most American thing. Grifting and welfare fraud. It's proof that the Somalis have completely integrated into American culture. After all, they are U.S. citizens.
Somali leaders giving their endorsement in November of last year, right before the election. Salman Fiki is with us now. He's a business owner and a former GOP candidate for the Minnesota State House. Salman, thank you for being with me. Quote, "We're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage." The president was talking about Somali immigrants. You are Somali American. What's your reaction?
This type of shit's also mad annoying because it's like, yeah, arrest the people that did the fraud, brother. What are you doing? Put the arrest in the bag. Like, ain't nobody saying free them, you know? Yeah, arrest the motherfuckers. But the broader fucking rant about how like this is how all Somalis are is so stupid. It unironically dilutes the argument that you're trying to make, which is that, like, if your goals are to win praise, if your goals are to win praise for your brilliant investigative work, turning around and generalizing all Somalis as being fraudulent, parasitic, garbage people on U.S. soil. Well, turns out everyone's going to hyper focus on that. No one's going to give a shit about the fraud case. Like, no, this doesn't happen with white people, right? This just doesn't happen with white people. White people do fraud all the fucking time. Ain't nobody goes, all white people are doing fraud all the time, 100% of the time. You know? But of course, if you're from a different background, from a non-white background, all of a sudden, every single person of that same background is similarly responsible for the fucking fraud that one guy did. Or in this case, I think it was like more than 40. And it's so ridiculous because, I mean, the president is like the number one fraudster. The president is the number one fraudster. What are we doing? What are we saying?
What you heard from the president this week?
Well, it was very dehumanizing and is very unpresidential coming from the commander-in-chief of the United States to dehumanize and to dehumanize a whole entire community by calling them garbage. And this is not acceptable by any means.
You posted on social media, I, Salman Fiki, am formally announcing that I'm ending all collaboration with the Republican Party. Have you ended your support for the president? Tell me more about what led you to your decision.
Well, the reason why this decision came about is because it was long. It was a long simmering, as it was dragging from ever since the president got elected. So, and I was monitoring his performance in many fronts, and he seems not delivering on the promises that he promised the country or the people that actually voted for him. So, and the last that broke the camel back was when he called Somali community as a garbage.
Do you regret your vote for President Trump?
No, I don't regret my vote that I voted for Trump, because where I see politics, I see politics through conservative prism, and I still have conservative values, and I see politics through that lens. But I withdraw all connections from the Minnesota GOP, from the Republican Party.
I need you to understand something, okay? There are people out there who absolutely got duped, partially because the Democrats did not present a affirmative message, a positive message, one that they could abide by. And then there are dumb fucks, okay? You just need to understand, like, there are dumb fucks that will make it incredibly hard for you to sit there and sympathize with them. It doesn't matter. There are always going to be people that are basically in a fucking abusive relationship with their politicians. There will always be tokens. There will always be, black Republicans. There's always going to be Hispanic Republicans. There's always going to be people who are just like, I am voting for the kill all brown people party. Who gives a shit? Fuck you. Okay? That should not factor into your analysis in general when we're talking about like how to win over people, okay? You can't get mad at, it's hard to not get mad at fucking guys like this. But just understand what they represent is a marginal voice. And ultimately, there are much more consequential things that you could do to win over all the Somali voters.
for not standing up for the Somali community.
Yeah, let me actually play something from Minnesota Republican Congressman Tom Emmer. This is after the president's remarks.
Do you realize that, it's not that all Somalis are committing crimes, but 80% of the crimes being committed in the Twin Cities in Minnesota are being committed by Somalis?
That's insane.
His office referenced reporting on pandemic relief fraud. But what's your response to the congressman there saying that 80% of the crimes being committed in the Twin Cities in Minnesota are from Somali Americans?
That's false and unsubstantiated claim. Somalis in the Twin Cities are 80,000 to 100,000 people live in the Twin Cities. So, and the Twin Cities combined are 2 million people roughly. So the 100,000 people cannot commit 80% of the crimes in the Twin Cities. So that's a false statement. And and he's known for accusing Somali community for some false accusations, such as.
I'm not gonna lie, I do feel like having this guy on as the representative of Somalis is another way that CNN is kind of low-key shitting on Somalis. I can't be alone in thinking this, right? They're like, hey, come on now. They're so into just they're so into making content that they just basically pull the token Trump voter, who very clearly is not the smartest possible guy that you could talk to about this shit. You know? And they're like, come on, explain to us what you think. Yeah, why'd you vote for Trump? They don't actually care about Somalis, but owning right-wing people who are Somali. Exactly. This is like the liberal fantasy of creating a permission structure to like dunk on a minority population that was out of turn for not voting for the Democrats. You know what I mean? Like you're talking about 200,000 Somalis, okay? They're not all fucking Trump supporting small business owners. It's ridiculous. I agree because, I don't know, he is Somali, but he's always human. But when you take away someone's sense of security, their immediate goals would be survival. This is human nature, in my opinion.
Claiming that Somalis send in money to Al-Shabaab and things like that. That is very false statements.
Zach Pope. What is this? FBI J6 bomber was MAGA ? LMFAO keep playing as a puppet along with the right. Last time chatter permanently banned. Did you just fucking signal that you're gonna get banned as your first statement? Like you're just demanding to be banned? What do you think it was? You think it was a Fed chatter? Like, what's the goal there? What's the purpose there? Maybe it is a Fed.
Salman, let me play something for you that you said about the Republican Party. This is during the 2024 campaign.
Okay.
People would accuse the Republican Party as or paint the Republican Party as a kind of a really racist or something, but is contrary to that claim. And is very welcoming to paint the picture that a Republican Party is a racist state is absolutely actual and far, far from the truth.
Do you still believe that today?
Well, I still believe that majority of the people that vote Republican are not racist, but the president and his comments about Somalis and other races are racist, and it ignites the racist aspects of the party. So we cannot do a generalization to the whole entire Republican Party, but some of them are racist. Yes.
You said.
I feel like he's just like, nah, I'm gonna. I want to make sure that I have a future in the in the token influencer sector.
At that event at the Minnesota State Capitol that you were backing President Trump for one of the reasons was safety for the Somali American community in Minnesota. We've reported on the new ICE mission in the Twin Cities. Do you feel safe today?
I mean, I feel safe, sort of. I feel safe, but
yeah, he's gonna be like, well, Trump is going after the bad Somalis. You know, the real garbage Somalis, not me. The garbage ones.
I don't know what I'm gonna encounter later on. Yeah, there's ICE raids going around the cities.
What's up with these conservative immigrants? Please explain. What do you mean? Brain rot is universal. Hog. Oh, being a hog is universal. You can be Somali and a fucking hog. Manifest Somali destiny. This is funny. Yeah, there are Muslim groypers and shit. Like, who, you know, it is what it is. You have to remember, hog universality is a theory, like gravity is a theory, okay? Here's an anti-Somali Syrian groper, thought he was part of the Nazi team. Wait, what?
Syria. I came here to eat bacon and celebrate Christmas.
No, you need to go back, dude. You need to go back. I came here to bacon and celebrate Christmas. Yeah, fuck off. You think we want Syrian refugees here? We don't want Syrian. Go back to Syria, bro. Like, the war is over. You can go back now. The war is over. You have no reason to be here. You have no right to be here. Go home now. Okay? I didn't.
Wait. Famously, conservatism has been so good to white man, so it makes sense why they constantly vote for it. Oh, wait, it wasn't? No, but at least it makes more sense for a white man to vote for white supremacy than it makes sense for a brown man to vote for it. The reality of the matter is, yeah, conservatism in general is bad for the white guys too, and white supremacy is the powerful force that they deploy to get the dumb fuck white guys to vote against their best interests, because they're like, oh, well, at least these guys are harming and keeping at bay people that I find to be scary, right? Like, that's what the attitude is. Although it's still self-defeating, white supremacy is a suicidal ideology. Conservatism ends up harming all of those working class white people that vote for the brown anti-black initiatives. What is this? This is the guy that donated to him as a part of the team. Syrian-born, America First loyalist. Father, husband to a beautiful white American woman. I didn't escape Islam's chains to watch it poison American soil. Yeah, his wife is getting deported too, says handsome schizo. Yeah, these guys don't give a shit. Yeah, also the irony, of course, is, and what a lot of these fucking dipshits don't realize, even though Nick Fuentes is kind of carrying on this tradition, is that American immigrants, like many of the refugees that we allow in to the country, are literally some of the most right-wing versions of the nationals from the other countries that we dominate. So like what the American conservatives, or at least these white nativists, don't realize is that like you're actually building a robust base of support this way. You're directly shipping in some of the more reactionary forces, but because the motivating principle for the major right party is white supremacy, abiding by white supremacy, you do end up literally making those people liberal. That's the reality of the matter. And especially the second generation and third generation become like much, much more progressive in general. Because conservatives will bring in like some of the most right-wing refugees from the countries that we've destabilized and destroyed. But then because the number one timeless motivation for organizing on the conservative side is creating this like white supremacist dystopia, that they end up becoming really off-putting. Muslims, historically on U.S. soil, have always been like a tiny marginal percentage of the population, but they used to be pretty conservative. They used to vote fairly conservative. And then 9/11 happened. And then they were doing LeBron numbers. They were doing Assad numbers for the Democrats post 9/11 because they were negatively polarized away from the Republican Party. And while that was happening, they also became more progressive in their social values as well. The American Muslim population is more progressive on social issues than the American evangelical Christian population is. Yeah, but it's the right-wing hogs who want to keep the nativists in their circle for votes. Yeah, I'm just saying. The Syrian apostate talking about how, Islam ruined Syria also is weird because, like, why aren't you an Assadist at that point then? Like, it doesn't make sense. Do you think Syria now isn't everyone more progressive than the white evangelical population law? Yes. Yes, the white evangelical population on U.S. soil is the most reactionary population in the country. This is true. All this analysis is great and on the ball, but we got a real Nazi problem now. I know. Anyway. Yeah, there's also this. Never seen a Karen be so happily racist. This couple from Somalia walked into a Cinnabon to buy food, and the employees started making fun of the woman's hijab. So they took out their phone and started recording, and she called them the N-word and admitted to being a racist.
That's nigger. I am racist.
So idiot for
and
real.
you are a nigger.
You are an idiot. No,
I
I'm
am
not.
racist.
Bro, you work at Cinnabon. Like, what are you doing? This is the perfect distillation of like how white supremacy is a coping mechanism. Like, you literally work at the Cinnabon at the mall, lady. You're working for like $7.50 an hour. What the fuck? Like, is so psychotic. Yeah, she doesn't work there anymore. Now she can set up a GoFundMe. I got fired for saying the truth, which is, what these guys do whenever they get fucking fired now, and then they crowdfund and grift. Oh my God, they did make a GoFundMe already. Okay. Classic. Bro, the racism in this chat is unreal lately. The racism in this chat? People are so confident in their bigotry now. What the fuck are you talking about? You all right? Bro, what? Do you mean against white people? Like, what's happening? I'm all right. Just seeing some shitty messages. No, not against white people. What? Do you mean like the fucking randoms that come into chirp? Like, what is happening? I'm actually so confused. We just watched a white lady say the N-word and then talked about how like they're raising money for a GoFundMe, and this chatter's like, you know what's really racist? The community that's actually fucking criticizing this person and talking about how much white supremacy is blown up in the United States of America. You just read the line for a clip? Yeah, I don't know, maybe. You're fostering a racist community now, move on. Is that what it is? Is that the new meta? Saying that I'm fostering a racist community? It's a joke. Racism is a coping mechanism for lower class working Americans. They hate themselves, but it's easier for them to pass that on to someone else, like a bully at school. No, exactly. That's the point. That's precisely what's happening here. That's why I said you literally have a person working previously at Cinnabon. Yeah, the randoms in the chat are responsible, not this lovely community. Oh, okay.
I'll say that to the whole entire world. Don't be disrespectful.
You ruin your life, by the way.
Oh, talking about.
Yes, I make pretzels with the mall. I keep the food court exceptionally clean and the pretzels are fresh, soft, and hot. That alone contributes more to American society than any brown third world will. Yeah, this was bait, I think. Yeah, this was bait. Oh, and now it's not. And now it's real. This person literally became that person unironically.
You're talking about respect? You're talking about respect? You are fired from this place, motherfucker. You're not gonna be working here.
Suck it.
Suck what? Look how you
Suck
fucking look
it.
like.
What's wrong with you?
What the fuck is wrong with you, you fucking ugly bitch? Get the fuck out of
Ugly?
my face.
Talking about ugliness?
Did I stutter?
You.
That's nigger.
I don't condone this lady's behavior. She gives me a bad rep, says Cinnabons. Oh, yeah, she was fired. Yeah, now she can start a GoFundMe and raise $1 million for being fired for saying the N-word, by the way. Oh, yeah. Give, send, go with 15 grand raised so far. Meet Crystal, hardworking white mom doing her job as Cinnabon. 2 Somali customers decided to make her shift hell with intimidation. Instead of banning the offenders and backing the employees, Cinnabon fires Crystal to keep the nons happy. The nons? We're not... What does that even mean? The non-whites? Is that what it is? We're not letting this slide. Funds go to making sure Crystal lands on her feet after this betrayal. No white person should lose their job for refusing to be harassed by Somalians. Jesus Christ. Check my previous comment. If you can convince, yes, it's the Lyndon B. Johnson take. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on, and he'll empty his pockets for you. She's been arrested for 3 counts of child endangerment before. What? Show me proof of that. Not to say that I don't believe you. I feel like it's grifting at this point. People are so desperate for a W these days. They'll do anything even if it means getting canceled because at least they get talked about. I mean, this is an opportunity for, again, upward social mobility for a lot of these people. That's why they do it.
You can,
because now there's an opportunity to fucking generate more income than you could at your shitty Cinnabon job by just saying the N-word on camera directly to black people. Oh my God. Stand with Crystal. Yeah. Another one of these stories, another version of the story is, of course, the full necky. The full truth. Special guest with speaker Samantha Full Necky. Immediately. Turning Point USA. Fox News appearances have begun. Guest spot on Riley Reigns' podcast is soon. Small TPUSA campus speaking tour next year. She will earn a low 6-figure before being discarded back to Missouri, where she will work for her mom's January 6th legal practice. Start to finish 6 months. This is, of course, the Oklahoma student who wrote the most dogshit essay of all time. Okay? The most dogshit essay of all time. Immediately getting a Fox News opportunity. Oh, these guys just cherish and celebrate the biggest fucking losers, dude.
I am saddened that they're offended by the truth of the gospel and the truth that I wrote about in my assignment. And it saddens me to see that that offends them and upsets them the way it did. Jesus is always worth standing up for. And I just encourage those people that.
Bro, you can't even fucking fail a class without it becoming like, as a conservative, conservatives just basically want to dominate every field. And even if they fail a class, it's because they're conservative, right? Like, even it's not because they write a dogshit essay. It was because you got fired for saying the truth. You got fired for, preaching the gospel. That's what happened. Show the essay? Yeah, I'm going to show you the essay. Even if I was a right-wing professor, I would still give her an F for not being able to write. Is an English class, for Christ's sake? I know. It was so bad. No, it wasn't an English class. It was a psych class, I'm pretty sure. And it was fucking awful. Now that Trump is just being blatant and very clear with his racism, I think it's giving more people more permission to do even more outright racist shit or worse, commit more crimes on anyone who isn't white. Like, it's already happening, but I think it's going to get worse. If these clear-cut, non-vague racist statements from the most powerful people in this country continue, yes. Yes, the permission structure on how racist you can get is expanding every single day. So she wrote this essay for a psych class. And in the essay, she's just like arguing about, gender, saying that there should be no gender whatsoever, which is very woke, or saying that there's only one gender. Apologies. I need to read it to you because it's really fucking bad. I need to read the full one. It's really bad. Yes, yes. Gianmarco made a joke. Charlie once had a full necky too. I know. It was a gender studies class, not psych. Oh, I thought it was a psych class. Dude, there's got to be a better way to read this than Instagram. Please. Chavo covered the essay. Yeah, but I'm not going to like go through them covering the essay. I read the essay already. It was psych. Okay. Oh, here it is. Full essay. It's 2 pages. Okay. This article is very thought-provoking and caused me to thoroughly evaluate the idea of gender and the role it plays in our society. The article discussed... Yeah, it's 2 pages. It's like a fucking 4th grader, straight up. The article discussed peers using teasing as a way to enforce gender norms. I do not necessarily see this as a problem. God made male and female and made us differently from each other on purpose and for a purpose. God is very intentional with what he makes, and I believe trying to change the world would only do more harm. Gender roles and tendencies should not be considered stereotypes. Women naturally want to do womanly things because God created us with those womanly desires in our hearts. The same goes for men. God created men in the image of his courage and strength, and he created women in the image of his beauty. He intentionally created women differently than men, and we should live our lives with that in mind. I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? You can't even fail an illiterate person in your class? Really? Without this becoming... Why is her accent always Southern? I don't know. Maybe because she's fucking Southern. You heard her speak. What do you mean?
Are dealing with something similar to push back against that kind of behavior. I would...
She's from Missouri. Missouri. Bro, what is wrong with you? This is Shakespeare. I know, this is the most goated article I've ever read in my entire life. It is frustrating to me when I read articles like this and discussion posts from my classmates of so many people trying to conform to the same mundane opinion so they do not step on people's toes. I think that is cowardly and insincere way to live. That is a cowardly and insincere way to live. It is important to use freedom of speech we have been given in this country, and I personally believe that eliminating gender in our society would be detrimental as it pulls us farther from God's original plan for humans. It is perfectly normal for kids to follow gender stereotypes because that is how God made us. The reason so many girls want to feel womanly and care for others in a motherly way is not because they feel pressured to fit into societal norms. It is because God created and chose them to reflect his beauty and his compassion in a way. Okay. I can't even get through it. I can't even get through it. She's not even sourcing the Bible, dude. And TPUSA did a protest for her. They were like, no, you write this dog shit essay, you deserve an A. In Genesis, God says that it is not good for man to be alone. So he created a helper for a man, which is a woman. Many... Okay, I was wrong. She did quote the Bible. Just Genesis. Okay? This is like when Trump says, hey, what's your favorite passage in the Bible? And he says, I can't choose all of them. All of them. The entire Bible. I like the Bible in its entirety. Did she cite the Bible as a source, or is it a trust me, bro? No, it's a trust me, bro. There is no fucking citing of the Bible. Many people assume the word helper in this context to be condescending and offensive to women. However, the original word in Hebrew is ezer kenegdo, and that directly translates to helper equal to. Additionally, God described himself in the Bible as using ezer kenegdo or helper. He describes his Holy Spirit as our helper as well. This shows the importance God places on the role of the helper, women's roles. God does not view women as less significant than men. He created us with such intentionality and care. Oh my God, she just keeps repeating the same point over and over again, which is not even a point at all. It's just vibes. He made women in his image of being a helper and in the image of his beauty. If leaning into that role means I am following gender stereotypes, then I'm happy to be following a stereotype that aligns with the gifts and abilities God gave me as a woman. I do not think men and women are pressured to be more masculine or feminine. I strongly disagree with the idea from the article that encouraging acceptance of diverse gender expressions could improve students' confidence. Society pushing the lie that there are multiple genders. There are no multiple genders. There's only one gender. That's it. No more multiple genders. One gender only. Man. I go back and forth on whether or not this was a op and she like purposely wrote this as dog shit as possible so that she could get support for being quote unquote canceled. But then again, I think she's just so dumb. I think she is so fucking stupid that she wrote it like this as a stupid person. Another professor was put on leave. Look at the TPUSA OUIG. Yes. Also, her professor is trans. So when her professor actually failed her on this, everybody went, oh, it's because she's woke. Her mom is a January 6th lawyer, and this is her opportunity to kickstart her fucking political career. And here we are. Anyway, society pushing the lie that there are multiple genders and everyone should be whatever they want is to be demonic and severely harms American youth. I do not want kids to be teased or bullied in school. However, pushing the lie that everyone has their own truth and everyone can do whatever they want and be whoever they want is not biblical whatsoever. Yes, the Bible says you do not have dreams that you can pursue. If you are a woman, you must be relegated to the title of helper. They broadcast, wait, it wasn't the professor, if I recall correctly, it was the graduate TA. The TA who graded her paper was the one put on leave. Oh. Anyway, let's finish this and then we'll read the statement from Oklahoma University. The Bible says that our lives are not our own, but that our lives and bodies belong to the Lord for his glory. I live my life based on this truth and firmly believe that there would be less gender issues and insecurities in children if they were raised knowing that they do not belong to themselves, but they belong to the Lord. Overall, reading articles such as this one encouraged me to one day raise my children knowing that they have a heavenly Father who loves them and cherishes them deeply, and having their identity firmly rooted in who he is will give them the satisfaction and acceptance that the world can never provide for them. My prayer for the world, and specifically for American society and youth, is that they would not believe the lies being spread from Satan and make them believe they're better off as another gender than what God made them. I pray that they feel God's love and acceptance as who he originally created them to be. Now, there's a second professor who was put on leave for giving excused absences for protests, but not to a student who wanted to counter protest, which was apparently the Oklahoma University TPUSA president. Yeah, I think that they just set this up on purpose. She wrote this dog shit essay specifically because she knew that she would get punished for it. She'd fail, and so that they could immediately kickstart this like victimhood narrative. It's the classic anti-woke equation. And in the process, they suspended the trans teacher's assistant. Watch, protests underway at Oklahoma University of Oklahoma rallying in support of the instructor who was put on leave after giving a student 0 on a psychology paper. Wokeness will come back in a way no one is ready for. They got 1 year of anti-woke culture, and they're seeing it as cancerous. Two pages felt like Moby Dick. Anyway, here's a statement from the University of Oklahoma. On Wednesday, a lecturer allegedly demonstrated viewpoint discrimination by excusing students who intended to miss class to attend a protest on campus, but not extending the same benefit to students who intended to miss class to express a counter viewpoint. Immediately upon learning of the situation, director of first-year composition told students in class today and by email that the lecturer's actions were inappropriate and wrong, and that the university classroom exists to teach students how to think, not what to think. The director further stated that any student, regardless of viewpoint, would be excused if absent from class today to attend the protest without penalty, and that the lecturer had been replaced effective immediately for the remainder of the semester. The University of Oklahoma unequivocally supports the decision and swift action taken by the director of first-year composition regarding this matter. Her actions are fully consistent with university policy governing prohibited classroom conduct, and the lecturer has been placed on administrative leave pending an investigation. Classroom instructors have a special obligation to ensure that the classroom is never used to grant preferential treatment based on personal political beliefs, nor to pressure students to adopt a particular political or ideological view. It's unfair to say it deserves a 0. It deserves at least 17 to 23%. Look at how much it legit sparked debate. What? I mean, you're memeing. I get it. But that's perfectly valid. There were clear criteria for grading 0. It was appropriate. You must write 6. This assignment. Okay, let's look at what the confines of the assignment were. Okay, this assignment was locked November 9th at 11. You must write 650 words, double space, reaction paper demonstrating that you read the assigned article and include a thoughtful reaction to material presented in the article. Points will be deducted when papers are deficient in any of those areas. I will deduct 10 points if your papers between 620 and 649 words, and I will not give credit for papers under 620 words. Papers not turned in by deadline will not receive credit. Please remember that your reaction paper should not be a summary, but rather a thoughtful discussion of some aspects of the article. Possible approaches to reaction papers include a discussion of why you feel the topic is important and worthy of study, or not, an application of the study or results to your own experiences, an application of the study or results of observations about other behaviors, linking the objectives or findings from the assigned article to other domains of development or other findings that we read about or discuss in chat. Grading requirements. Reaction papers graded on a 25-point scale. Does the paper show a clear tie into the assigned article? 10 points. Does the paper represent a thoughtful reaction or response to the article rather than a summary? 10 points. Is the paper clearly written? 5 points. Here are some of the instructor's comments. Where is the comments? Oh, please note that I'm not deducting points because you have certain beliefs, but instead I'm deducting points for you posting a reaction paper that does not answer the questions for this assignment, contradicts itself, heavily uses personal ideology over empirical evidence in a scientific class, and is at times offensive. While you are entitled to your own personal beliefs, there's an appropriate time or place to implement them in your reflections. I encourage all students to question or challenge the course material with other empirical findings or testable hypotheses, but using your own personal beliefs to argue against the findings of not only this article, but the findings of countless articles across psychology, biology, sociology, etc., is not the best practice. You argue that abiding by normative gender roles is beneficial. It is perfectly fine to believe this, but then to say that everyone should act the same while also saying that people aren't pressured into gendered expectations is contradictory, especially since your arguments reflect the religious pressure to act in gender stereotypical ways. You can say that strict gender norms don't create gender stereotypes, but that isn't true by definition of what a stereotype is. Please note that acknowledging gender stereotypes does not immediately denote a negative connotation, a nuance this article discusses. Additionally, to call an entire group of people demonic is highly offensive, especially a minoritized population. You are entitled to your own beliefs, but this isn't a vague narrative of society pushes lies, but instead the result of countless years of developing psychological and scientific evidence for these claims and directly interacting with the communities involved. Yeah, it's like you read a paper, or you don't actually read the paper necessarily, but you just go, yeah, trans people are demonic, and then you get an F for it, and you go, oh, well, I am being fired for the truth. I'm being attacked for the truth. No, you didn't do anything. You didn't do any of the fucking job. Like, I made this argument. I made an argument similar to this one the first day that this, this became a point of controversy, where it was like, it's like having a religious person go into class on the theory of evolution and be like, evolution is fake because God told me. And if you believe in evolution, you are a phony. And then demanding an A on that paper. You know? Yeah, I was a psych TA that had to grade papers like this. These ones where they had to read an article, do a couple page essay, they were always this criteria to follow, and that's most likely why she got a legit 0, because it was that dog shit. The way she wrote the essay would be shot down by literally any professor if she talked about anything else too. She would have had to defend her opinion through solid facts. This is bare minimum to get through university. How is this being questioned? How is this being questioned? Everyone is stupid. Everyone is stupid, and it's much easier to draw up battle lines on ideological points of view than it is to think critically. Okay, that's it. Many people will not read the paper. Even less will actually see her comments and why she graded it the way that she did. And the overwhelming majority will go, oh, they fired her because, or they failed her because gender. They failed her because woke. Especially when they find out that the fucking TA is trans. Yeah, someone is saying that at least it wasn't ChatGPT. True. And we know it wasn't ChatGPT because even ChatGPT wouldn't write an essay so stupid. I don't think. Anyway, you're entitled to your own beliefs, but this isn't a vague narrative of society pushes lies, but instead the result of countless years of developing psychological and scientific evidence for these claims and directly interacting with the communities involved. You may personally disagree with this, but that doesn't change the fact that every major psychological, medical, pediatric, and psychiatric association in the United States acknowledges that biologically and physiologically, sex and gender is neither binary nor fixed. I implore you to apply more. Yeah, that's the other side of the story. It's like, if you're taking a course, you can't get away with saying like, no, gender is a rigid binary. You just can't do that because you're in college. Okay. I'm sorry. I know that television doesn't tell you that that is appropriate, or television tells you that your feelings are valid, but that shit's not valid in a fucking actual course. You can't do that. You're not a child. You're in college. You have to literally learn the source material. The irony is she didn't even say it was a fucking binary. She said that it was singular. Gender is singular. She said there's no such thing as multiple genders. She said there's only one gender, which is even dumber. Somehow she's dumber than the only two genders libtard take because she said only one gender. Anyway, college isn't also about learning. College is more about learning critical thinking than it is about learning things in general, okay? Like, a big chunk of college is about learning how to read and how to cite sources and think critically, okay? That's the most significant training that you get when you go to college. Go get dressed. I'll dress when you pull up here. It's going to take a second for me to get dressed. Conservatives think professors like Kevin Sorbo and God is not real. You know that one? I just hate that, like, I just hate how fucking stupid we are as a society. I'm going to be late. Wait, what? Why? Get your ass over here. I want to be the first to tell you that you're going to be late. Okay, well, Austin said it before you, so you failed on that front. I'm ready, just waiting for Christian to get dressed. Don't blame Christian for this. If you personally disagree with the findings, then by all means share your criticism, but make sure to do so in a way that is appropriate and using the methodology of empirical psychology as aligned with the learning goals in this class. If you have any additional questions or concerns about this, or would like some additional educational resources, I'd be happy to discuss this further and provide you with them. Samantha, I am the other instructor for this course, and I've taken the time to read your paper. I concur with Mel on the grade you received. This paper should not be considered as a completion of the assignment. Everyone has different ways in which she got double fucked by both of the instructors. She got double tapped. They went in on her. This paper should not be considered a completion of the assignment. Everyone has different ways in which they see the world, but in an academic course such as this one, you're being asked to support your ideas with empirical evidence and higher level reasoning. I find it concerning that you state at the beginning of your paper that you do not think bullying, teasing is a bad thing. In addition, your paper directly and harshly criticizes your peers and their opinions, which are just as valuable as yours. Yeah, she's like, bullying, I do not agree with bullying. Also, everyone who believes that there are multiple genders, as in even two, are demonic. And spawns of Satan. Yeah, the university turned around and suspended the trans TA, by the way. Which is crazy. No, Hasan, you can't be late to the awards. I have a huge play on Kalshi on you showing up on time. No. Well, L for you then. Will you stream at the Streamer Awards? No. Genuine question, does this have any juice regardless if we're getting on Fox News or not? Because it does feel weak and I feel like no one will care. This is an even shittier version of Riley Gaines. Wait, is there actually... I can't tell if there are actual bets on Kalshi or if you guys are fucking memeing or not. You're fucking up my Kalshi parlay. I'm too scared to find out. Yeah, I don't even want to look. Please employ more thoughtfulness in your future assignments. What are professors supposed to do? Get every faculty member to approve giving a 0 from now on? Yeah. If you want to give a 0 to your student, they can't be a right-wing reactionary. And also, you can't be trans while in the process of giving a 0 to your student. Those are the new rules now. Okay? It's so fucking stupid, but of
That's right.
course.
Organizers tell me they put this protest together to stand up for academic integrity, calling on the university to put the grad student back in the classroom. Meantime, Turning Point USA students here on campus continue to stand with that student, Samantha Fulnecki. Two sides of the University of Oklahoma's essay controversy, clashing on the flagship campus Friday. An essay on gender using the Bible as its base was graded with a 0 by a transgender graduate instructor. The author, junior Samantha Fulnecki, says she was targeted for her religious beliefs and filed a formal complaint.
I do think that this is the most British an American woman has ever looked. And I think people will understand what I mean when I say this. It's very odd how she has the British beat, like the full beat that you only see from British women. Like, this is a very Essex style of, this is a very Essex look. And it's shocking that you can have American chavs now. I respect that. That's perhaps the coolest part of this, is that we now have American chavs.
The instructor is now on leave for the investigation. The university says the 0 won't count toward her final grade. Supporters of the instructor say the grade was about guidelines, not religion.
It's not discrimination, it really is accountability. You need to do the job, you need to do the work.
We spoke with a classmate off camera who completed the same assignment.
Citing the Bible and not using a source is inherently plagiarism, so...
They put the fucking they put the notes on why her essay was dog shit. That's awesome.
It should be a report to academic affairs.
A short walk to the South Oval put protesters face to face with Turning Point USA members, standing with Fulnecki.
Yeah, we have to hold these teachers accountable.
Their president calls this an attack on Christianity.
She met the requirements. She did not deserve a 0. If she wanted to take points off because she didn't clearly state any empirical sources, then take some points off. But
she did. She did do that. That's what happens.
Not an entire to be a complete 0.
The essay and the instructions are available on our website, koco.com, if you'd like to read them for yourself. The graduate student tell me they will not be commenting on this publicly. Meantime, the graduate student Senate actually passed a resolution last night calling on the university to apologize to that grad student and put in better safeguards for graduate students. I also reached out to the university and Fulnecki for comment. No word yet, but we'll be sure to pass along their response once we receive it. Reporting live in Norman, Olivia Hickey, KOCO 5 News.
Amazing. I think that I should have gotten 100. I've gotten 100 on every single essay in this class, and I write them all the same, exactly the same. The TA has never had a problem with how I write my papers in that class. Okay, maybe it's appropriate to suspend that TA if she hadn't given you 0s for identical papers. If she's not lying, which I have no reason to believe that she's being sincere here. But if she wasn't lying, then it's appropriate to suspend the teacher, not for giving this one a 0, but for not giving all the previous essays a 0 if they were written in the exact same format. But of course, she's now on the Riley Gaines crash course. Conservative gets dunked on appropriately and then uses that failure to generate a career for themselves. It's ridiculous, but also, unfortunately, all too common.
Rather have my integrity and give my true opinion and get a 0 on an assignment than have to lie about what I really believe.
If she gets a 100 because she knows why she believes what she believes, I'd quiz that professor on whether or not he even believes there are 99 genders or whatever it is.
Oh my God. Oh, everyone is so fucking stupid. I hate this stupidity. I hate how stupid everyone is. Austin, what's up?
We had an outfit emergency. Christian put on his shoe and it completely separated.
Uh-huh.
And we're trying to find glue and it's a mess. But you got to get, we got to get you into your suit. You got to get ready. We're going to be late.
Okay, I'll get ready.
You got to
right
get
now.
ready. We must. And then I'll be there just very quickly.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Austin is freaking out. I don't know how Christian's shoe emergency becomes my issue for some reason, but in any case, here, let's look at I'll put on the streamer awards for now.
Happy to be here and representing everyone in the
And you can watch it.
community and all my stream queen sisters. I love them all.
Okay, while I go get ready.
No matter what happens, I'll be happy.
Oh, let's go. And congratulations for being nominated. You definitely deserve it. And we're rooting for you.
Damn.
Have a
KB's
great time
outfit's
when you're in
sick.
there. Congratulations on being nominated.
I heard it's an
Wishing
open
you
bar.
All the best.
I heard it's an open bar.
It is open bar, so get on up there. And we have been using the open
Katie got that shit on.
Feel free to go hit that on your way in there. Yeah.
Got some lipstick on them.
No, it's
no
all right.
worries. I'll take that mic from you and head on in there. Head up.
What do I have to do? Do I have to do fucking
Thank you. It's nice to meet you.
All right.
special events or something?
Here?
I think we're tossing it to him. So transition.
Throw it to Ron. If I see Ron, I'm gonna get pissed.
Come on in. First of all, Ron, pleasure to meet you. Ron, pleasure to meet you. So you actually have
He's wearing an Austin shirt.
nomination for best streamed event this year.
Correct. Yes.
3 other people, I believe, right? 3 other people. Streamer University is one of them. Do you think that you are going to win this year, unbiasedly?
Hold on.
It would be very nice, but if I also did, I feel like I'd get a lot of hate on Twitter. So
No. Hate is just hate, man. I get hate all the time for just looking the way I look. I mean, look at my hairline. You know what I'm saying? People hate on it, and I think it looks good. No?
Yes.
You just have a widow's peak.
Yeah, I know. I'm streaming right now. We're doing a stream, and basically they keep calling me a young Justin Bieber. We had to time them out. So yeah, you're gonna be going for best streamed event. I think you have a chance of winning, but unbiasedly, I got KC 1.1 million. I'm gonna keep it a buck. But I do wish you the best, and I'm really excited for you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it, man.
You look good, by the way. I like this style. I feel like.
It's Prince of Darkness style.
Wait, is this designer? What is this?
No, this is just something I put together.
Oh, you built this?
No, I didn't build it. No, I don't have that kind of craftsmanship, but it's definitely something that I just picked out.
You did a good job.
What do you think of the eyeliner, man?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I actually like it. I actually do like it. They say I have makeup on right now to cover my bags under my eyes because.
Same. So age.
Wait, how old are you?
30. 31 actually.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, you're getting up there. All right. Well, I wish you the best of luck. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, of course. Don't worry about the wire. It's just not. It's not real. Yeah, of course.
Nice to meet you. Yes.
Oh, hi.
So,
and we're live.
Let's go. Who are we joined here?
Hi, I'm Connor, CDogVA. What's up? Yeah.
What, are you nominated for something today, or what?
I'm nominated for Best Streamer Duo, I think, with Iron Mouse. Yeah, with Iron Mouse.
So Iron Mouse is going to make an appearance via.
Iron Mouse will be here later.
Okay.
I'm the chaperone.
So when you all stream together, do you all mostly play games, or what do you all mostly do?
Kind of a lot of things. We play games. I take her outside. We, do some fun IRLs. Obviously, she can't leave her house, so I try to, show her the world. It's kind of a lot of fun. But just everything, really. Just hang out all the time.
And Iron Mouse is performing tonight. Is that right?
Yes. Iron Mouse is a very talented performer.
Can you give us any hints on what that's going to look like?
I can't.
No leaks.
I can't leak.
No, it's okay.
Mouse will leak. When you ask her, she'll come on. You might be able to.
Well, when you look back on your time with Iron Mouse, is there a moment that sticks out to you from this past year?
Ooh, that's a great question. Obviously, I think being able to raise a ton of money for charity was definitely maybe the fun part. And having Mouse there on the iPad while we did it was a lot of fun.
Yeah. So how much money did you all raise for charity?
We raised $1.1 million.
$1.1 million?
Oh my gosh.
And then Mouse also raised a bunch as well. Another
Wow.
Congratulations to y'all. That is
thank you,
insane.
That's
Thank
huge.
you. You guys are so nice. What the heck?
Wait,
I mean, you're saying you're donating $1 million to charity. I've never done that.
$1 million?
Okay,
$1.1 million?
Katie,
Come on now, that's crazy.
If both of you set your minds to it, you could both do it easily.
Sketch, you think we can do that? $1 million?
Dude, you guys are a powerhouse of charming.
We are.
Okay,
We should.
We could do that. We could do that.
Y'all gotta help us out because y'all.
Yeah, y'all have to let us know how you guys do it.
Yeah, it's easy. No. Like, I think you as a person, just go live. You'll do it. Katie, you as well. You guys are both so charming. You got this.
I would love to. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And so, for what are you nominated for anything else or?
No, sadly not.
Are you excited for the show of Iron Mouse?
I mean, look, nominations, win, lose, whatever. I'm just excited to be here. It's so much fun, and
it's cool.
getting to be interviewed by you guys is a pleasure. You guys are doing a phenomenal job.
Yep.
Thank you.
Fun. Yeah, I mean, I love both you guys' content, Katie. It's been awesome seeing you grow, and it's been awesome your glow up.
I mean,
Sketch, you're
you're
the
the
funniest guy.
Thanks, bro. That means a lot.
So funny.
You are awesome, bro. That means a lot.
No. I really appreciate it. So just thank you guys for being awesome.
This is a good moment.
This is your exactly.
No.
No, dude, y'all better win. Y'all better win.
We're rooting for you.
Dude, and what else? So where are you from? I hear kind of an accent.
Yeah, so I'm unfortunately British. I know it's.
Don't
I love the British.
I'm Welsh.
I love the British.
Shout out
I
to the
beat
British.
the British one time in a soccer game.
The British.
I did. The Sidemen. I beat them in a soccer game.
You were amazing.
the French
you have to call it football in the UK, though.
It's football. That's right.
Soccer.
Football.
Okay. I don't like I don't like what you're saying.
That wasn't good. Okay.
I feel attacked right now.
No.
Okay, no.
It's just one time. It's just a one-time thing. I won't do it again.
I'm from Wales. Don't know if you've ever been to Wales.
Oh yeah,
North. In the UK. Yes.
North. Yes.
Yeah. But I live in Japan, so I do.
Whoa, very cool. How do you like it out there?
Sounds awesome.
Shout out Japan.
It's good.
What's your favorite thing from 7-Eleven in Japan?
The egg sandwiches are the best. Have you guys been?
I've never been. But
KDB, we gotta go.
We talked about that when we played.
We talk about a lot of things. We just don't do anything. We're like a bad
$1 million
couple.
Japan charity stream.
Well, that's what I do. I normally cycle around Japan.
Really?
Yeah.
You cycled the whole way around Japan?
We cycled for 14 days around Japan.
So y'all did Tour de Japan, Tour de France, Tour de
look,
Japan.
If you guys want to come to Japan, I can show you guys around. It'll be a lot of fun.
I would love
Sounds like
to.
we're gonna have to do that.
I would love to because last time I went there, I had what's it called? The lemon drinks. I had a couple of those.
The lemon sours.
The lemon sours. Yes, the lemon
Did you like the
sours.
lemon sours?
I'll tell you what, I love them.
Okay.
And it's called in my name, and it's called my name, Katie.
My name is being called as well.
You like lemon sours too?
I'm gonna like
Okay,
them.
well, here's what I think we should do: is that I should take you guys out, and we should go and drink with Japanese salarymen.
Yes,
And,
please.
you should go and talk to
I'm so down.
It
Let's do it.
sounds so appealing right now.
It is appealing.
I don't know if it's the open bar
Japan is the coolest
talking
place
or
in the
what,
world.
but
Come on,
yeah, I've never been.
This is
But
insane.
Japan stream coming soon. Thank you for joining us.
thank you for having me. Thank
talking. Yeah, best of luck to you.
Thank
You
you,
know, we're
thank
going to
you,
be
guys.
rooting
Yes,
for you and
thank you.
enjoy your time when you're in there.
Thank you so much. Thank you for interviewing me.
much.
Seriously, you guys are doing an amazing job. It's awesome being interviewed by you.
Thank you. And y'all 100% deserve the nomination. And thank you so much for the charity stream. That is insane. $1.1 million.
That's incredible.
That's
for real.
underappreciated and underrecognized. Congrats and thank you so much.
Shout out to
Very
you,
humble
Iron
guy.
Mouse, for real.
Thank you guys.
Awesome, bro. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, and I'm rooting for you.
Oh man.
Yes, sir.
Gosh, you guys are so nice. You guys are so great.
No,
You're
I don't
awesome.
want you
You're
to leave.
awesome.
I don't want you to
You're
leave,
awesome.
man.
All right, well, I'll leave you guys to it. I'll go off now. Bye,
No,
guys.
you're
Bye.
good. Thank
Bye.
you so much. Wow.
1.1 million?
Dude, 1.1 million? I've never raised that much money.
How did we not know?
I've never even seen money that much. We got another one. Bring
Yes,
him
sir.
in.
How are we feeling?
Whoa.
A little nervous, but
little nervous?
good.
A little nervous? What's
Don't
the
be
nerves
nervous.
about? Is it about the cameras or the nomination?
It's pretty
Cameras
bright.
over here.
Lots
Not
of
the
lights and
nomination.
camera.
I'm not going to win that. But
What are you nominated for?
Strategy Game Streamer of the Year.
Strategy Game Streamer of the Year.
Yeah.
What's your game of choice?
Mostly Balatro.
Balatro.
Poker roguelike.
Poker red like?
Yeah.
Okay, you're speaking
Yeah.
kind of
a little bit
foreign language
of
to me, but-
virtual gambling, not real money, but
virtual gambling.
Yeah.
Fake
Oh,
money.
so it's like what's it? An odds or a strategy game?
Strategy game.
Strategy.
Hence
Okay.
the category.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry. Following, tracking.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your favorite strategy game to play?
I was a big fan of Slay the Spire when that came out, and but mostly now, I really do love Balatro.
You do?
So, yeah, it's pretty good.
And what got you into that category, strategy gaming?
Honestly, I have no idea. I've been playing card games my whole life, and then apparently a lot of people nominated me. I have no idea.
But so, how'd you get into streaming? How long you been streaming for?
I've been streaming for 8 years.
8
And,
years? Let's go.
Yeah, so it's been a while.
Yeah.
But Bellatra last year kind of popped off. It was a big indie game, and so that brought in a big audience. And fortunately, I guess that's how I got here.
Well,
That's
I think it's
very
more than just a game because you're here for a reason, bro. I
Yeah.
think you're a great guy, and I would love to tune into your streams. What's your handle?
Roffle, R-O-F-F-L-E.
R-O-F-F-L-E. Roffle. Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
That
Is
is
this
sick.
is this your first streamer awards?
It is the first
Really,
one.
your first
yeah.
kind of event like this too, with red
Yeah,
carpet and
absolutely,
all.
yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
excited? Are you excited to get in there?
Red carpet.
I guess so. Yeah.
It's,
I mean, I've
it's
been-
pretty incredible when you get in there, honestly.
All right. Well,
It
I
is
have
awesome.
to take a look.
Yeah. Well, you should, and I am good. Congrats on being nominated. Congrats on your success.
Thank you.
You seem like an awesome guy, and
For real, you're
maybe if
putting
you wanna
on
play
for all
cards later,
the
we'll do it
strategy game
just
streamers.
like
I don't
Johnson.
think I've ever played a strategy game. What's your best advice for somebody who's never played a strategy game? How would you get into that? What's something you gotta? What's a skill you gotta have?
Take your time and think, and maybe watch Northern Lion.
Northern
That's probably a
Lion?
good place to start. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Well, we're gonna take that into consideration. So
we will.
I appreciate that.
Awesome. Well, it was a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Nice to
It
meet
was.
you too.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the
Raffle,
interview.
thank you for
Nice to
being
meet you.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, have a good one when you're in there. Enjoy your time. Yes, yes, yes.
I'm not nominated for anything, but I'm nominated for
You're not-
having a good time.
In my mind, you're nominated for Best Dressed, if that was an award.
tell
Speaking of Best Dressed, though, we have a contender. Tell us about this outfit here. I love it. Where, what inspired it? Where'd you get it?
I love the outfit.
This is Tuta Matoshi. It's a very cute, like, princessy dress. I like the cape because it reminds me of Marvel Rivals, like Doctor Strange.
Oh, yes, it does.
Yeah,
Yes, it does.
That a little bit.
That is so cool.
Thank you.
I like the thing in your hair. What is it?
I know, it all matches.
Like a tiara little thing. Yeah.
I like that.
Little
Thank
headband
you.
type of deal.
A little flashy and classy. I like it.
Awesome. Well, are you nominated for anything tonight?
I'm nominated for FPS.
FPS, first-person shooter.
So you're raw.
I'm what?
Like good, like you're
Like
raw.
your aim, your aim.
Yeah, I'm all right. Top 500.
Oh, she's being
Really?
humble.
Top
She's
500?
being humble with it.
500?
Top 500, like, top 500 what?
In Overwatch.
Overwatch,
Support.
is
I
that
play
your
support.
game?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I've never played Overwatch.
Top 500? What is that rank in Overwatch like category? Is it just top 500 or do they have like is it
So I played the game at a top 500 level.
what like top 500 people in the world?
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
That is
incredible.
crazy.
That is very incredible.
How long you been gaming for?
Oh, I've been playing Overwatch for almost 10 years.
Overwatch for 10 years?
Yeah.
Wow, is that like the only game you play, or do you dabble in some other ones? Just Overwatch.
Well, I play some Fortnite in queue.
What about
I see Fortnite.
What about just genuinely curious as
Okay.
an Overwatch fan? What do you think about Marvel Rivals? Is that
Oh.
are those your ops or are those you actually like the game or never
Well,
played it?
I have played. I have like 100 hours, but I'm not that great in it. I just like, you know.
You like Overwatch over Marvel Rivals?
Yes, but please don't hate me.
No, I think that's a
No,
good choice. I
no
played Overwatch
hating
too
here.
a lot.
Okay.
There you go.
I play a lot off stream.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes, I do.
Oh, nice.
I do that and just kind of rip a bong and see
Okay.
what happens.
You heard it
Well,
here.
How you feeling? Are you nervous, excited? I mean, you're up for a great category.
I'm so nervous. My competition is rough, but I'm just happy to be here. So
Yeah, it's an honor just to be nominated.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Congratulations on being nominated
Thank
as well.
you. you
truly deserve it. Top 500 is impressive.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's really crazy.
And you
because-
came dripped out. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
This,
What's it we've
Ooh,
seen
is this
tonight.
attached to it? Is this just
So
over
it's
the
like
shoulder?
it's tied. It's a
That's
tied
the fit.
I
cape.
And
love
then
that.
Yeah.
to complete
Very
the
fire.
fit,
Beautiful.
You. I like your
Beautiful
stuff.
and
No
classy.
big deal.
I
Yeah,
love
look
it.
at us three right here. Hey, you and Sketch are kind of matching here.
Are we?
I'm liking it. The light blue, kind of a
Okay.
gender reveal vibe.
There it
Okay,
is.
Is it going to be a boy, a girl? Who knows? But yeah. No, I love it. Well, hey, best of luck to you. Enjoy your time when you get
I
in
have
there.
one question for you guys, though.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Can we
unbutton
do
the suit
thing?
king? No, this is
Can we
supposed
do
to
the
be
clip
buttoned when
bar?
you're sitting down.
Can we do the clip farm?
Can we do?
Of course.
Yes, we can. Yes,
Of
we
course.
can.
Everybody screen record for edits or something.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. All right.
Yeah, do a little rub of the hands, a little
The
three.
face one, you know. The
Yeah. Lock in on 3, 2, 1. I don't know if that silence is gonna.
Wait,
The silence is gonna hit.
Is there music?
They'll
speaks
put
louder than
music
words.
over it, Shirley.
It's like the Titanic scene.
Yeah,
you think
surely
they
they're not
actually
gonna just post
on
that.
there? Just okay. Well, that
Yeah.
seems that-
Hopefully. Well,
I don't know.
maybe
In
not.
the
Maybe
movie
not.
they
I don't know.
do. I don't know if
Yeah,
that's
I wasn't
true,
on the
though.
Titanic,
I don't know.
but
Yeah.
That's
yeah, guys, edit that up.
100
Shout out
years ago.
to you, and best of luck. I hope
Yes.
you win.
Thank
and
you,
if
guys.
not, congratulations
Thank
on
you.
being nominated.
You are awesome, and I'm rooting for you, FBS. And you want to say your name one more time?
Aspen.
Aspen?
Aspen.
Love that name.
If anything, best fit right here. So.
Best fit, 100%. 100%.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Cool.
Yeah, so nice talking to you.
You too. Great meeting you.
You guys are big fans. Hey.
Thank you so much.
Look at that. Beautiful.
We should have thought of something like that.
I know. Now I'm like I could have been way more extra.
No, we look good.
You think?
We look good. Look at us.
Now I feel like okay.
Don't panic. Don't panic.
Huh?
Now is not the time to panic.
Okay, I know. I'm just like, should I do the midway fit change? Would that have been cool?
No, you got 2 chains on.
I know, but they're
subtle.
literally
It's
$30.
subtle.
They weren't like.
It doesn't. You don't say the number. You don't say the number.
My
It's
bad.
all about.
Okay, $30,000.
It's all about the
It
illusion.
is. I need the button in the pockets. I know.
That it's expensive. Yes. Yeah, I bet yours weren't from Temu like mine, basically.
Well, this was from a fella. What's his name? I'm trying to remember where I got this from. See, where
Nordstrom Rack.
Close. It
Close,
was what's his name?
You got the pant accessories. Those bees would be fire. No.
I'm
Yeah,
blanking.
we'll
I'm
get it
blanking.
after maybe the next.
Yeah, probably the next show.
But what are you
Wear one of
sipping on here,
Lorcan's
Sketch?
pins in your lapel and he's an accessory. I am.
After I win, I just I had to indulge.
Yeah, after Red Bull won the thing, I mean.
I think you can hold one if you'd like.
Yeah. Oh, I can hold a drink. Well, I'll go get my drink. Would you be a gentleman? Would you be a gentleman and grab my water for me? Oh, Sketch's mic is awfully warm. Yo. Interesting.
Where would ignore me, middle income person start if looking for a Japanese style suit? This is not a Japanese style suit. This is a Zhongshan
Yeah, if you
suit.
don't mind.
Can you make sure to pin it up right?
Mic here, guys, but we have met a lot of cool people so far. Ow! Ow! Why are we shocking each other?
Out of each other.
Yo, okay.
It's this carpet. This carpet is made of some type of. I feel like I'm in a Nikola Tesla factory.
Yeah, it's
Take
like,
off that
Hey, brother,
zip
how you
pass. This
doing?
is very
Hey,
reflective.
well, nice to meet you,
Sure.
bro. How are you doing? Stay in the middle here. You're the center of attention right now. Let's go.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, sir. What's your name and what are you nominated for?
I am Pengy, and I'm nominated for the best Minecraft streamer, which I will win, obviously.
Okay, I like the confidence.
Best Minecraft streamer.
Minecraft.
Minecraft.
Let's
okay.
go.
Yeah, I was gonna say new category I didn't know about. Wait a
You
minute.
love Minecraft?
Because I love Minecraft too, and that was a category I really wanted. So
Oh, I'm
tell
sorry.
us. No, it's okay. Tell us, what's your key to beating the game? Because I actually need that for my own personal use.
Ooh, you gotta have confidence, that's for sure.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
You gotta look that Ender Dragon in the eyes and be like, yo, I'm gonna beat you.
Mm-hmm.
And then you gotta sleep in a bed.
Well, yeah, I did know that. I was told that. Sleep in a bed, make crafting tables.
But I thought in hardcore mode you died and it's over.
Yeah, but the goal is to not die, obviously.
Yeah.
Do you know how
Am I just saying they're telling me to talk in the mic? Sorry, I'm getting in an earpiece here.
Oh, sorry, am I not
Oh, hey, sorry. I've never had someone in my ear like this before.
I know, it's a bit.
It's a new
bit
thing.
bizarre.
You don't have voices in your head?
But no, I don't have voices in my head. But in Minecraft, I feel like I have voices in my head. How do you beat Minecraft at a hardcore mode without cheating?
Well, I think
Bro, Austin is not. He's auto ending the call. He's screening the calls.
You couldn't beat Minecraft.
I don't know why he's not picking up the call right now.
Hello?
All right, where are you at, bro?
I'm like 5 minutes away.
Okay, all right. Are you like 5 minutes away, or are you actually 5 minutes away?
I'm actually 5 minutes away.
Okay, I'm ready to go.
I just had to stop and get a shoe real quick.
Okay. Well,
Because Christian's shoes attached.
all right, I'm ready.
Okay.
He said 10. He like literally as soon as I was hanging up, he said we'll be there in 5 minutes, and then he said 10. Per China trip, 5 minutes means 15 if you're already late. Oh, we're late as fuck. Please consider different glasses. I fear they'll fall off. And it's not the most complimentary color. Don't ban me. You don't like these? I can wear the regular aviator ones or just my regular glasses, but I think they're fine. It's a little bit of an accent, you know? I need it. It's the goal with the grad thing. Maybe it's not that bad. Law, he betted on you being late, making sure he finally gets a gambling win. You have to keep this look, please. I mean, I did buy this, so I am keeping this look. So I'm definitely keeping the look. Oh. Do you have a red pin? I mean, I have a Mao pin, but I wanted to put the Gaza pin, the Palestinian inside of the lily that Lorcan gave me. Move the pin to your lapel. Where would I put this pin? Like here? No. The collar? I think you guys are wrong. It has to be here. There's no other place to put it on a suit like this. Don't read chat. Ignore the style advice from chatters. Lol, you're good. It just doesn't have, this doesn't have a lapel. So you need more pins like that one Russian general. Not the collar, not right suit for that kind of pin placement. I mean, this is it. This is the fashion panel is going to say the glasses ruined it. Why aren't you at the streamer awards? Because I love being late. I have multiple glasses that I can wear. I have these, which is what I was wearing already. But I feel like they're not, it's not like a statement. You know what I mean? Then I have these, which I was, again, they're kind of boring. Wear contacts. Okay, I'll get started on contacts. It's a red carpet, which is why I was wearing the red ones, because it's more of a statement than it is I'm not going to get another pin and put it on my other chest pocket. I think you guys are fucking crazy. Red glasses are dope. Is that a second pin? Ideally red one? No. No. It's yeah, red glasses are dope. Wear the red glasses, but then get a second pin and put it on the other chest pocket. That looks silly. That looks silly as hell. Finish dispatch, bro. They're trolling you, dog. Are you bringing Kaya? No, I'm not bringing Kaya to the streamer awards. I've never brought Kaya to the streamer awards. I can't bring Kaya to the streamer awards. I've asked in the past. You should wear a monocle. Okay, I'll just look with one eye. I'll wear a monocle. Read my previous message. LMFAO, nipples. Is Squeezy at the awards? No, he's not. I think the red glasses are better. I had a book on the terror symbols and it had the Easter lily, the Irish tricolor, and the Palestinian keffiyeh. Well, this is almost the trifecta. Go to Ron's stream.
Camera.
Dude, it was, yeah, he used an iPhone. It was a struggle finding the suit, I'm not going to lie.
How do you feel that my most viewed Instagram reel with 80 million views is you running at me full speed when we were playing the chair shit?
At first, I really hated it, but then I kind of respect the grind. I wasn't even running towards you, but you somehow made it about you. You might be one of the clippers of all time.
I am the clip. Thank you, Zoil. All right, man. Get on out of here, man. Holy shit.
The next guy is Jake Weber, but that's Jake Weber.
Yeah. Okay. Any nominations?
Find all your pins and wear any medals and deck yourself
Zoil
out
just
like
messed up my whole
Zukov.
balance. I feel like
Admiral
lopsided right now.
Zukov. Yeah, what's
He's
up
a
with
unit,
Ron's
man.
widow peak is the real
He's
question.
a fucking unit. I'm not even kidding. If he belly flopped on top of me, do you think I would explode?
Austin was not 5 minutes away, by the way.
Do you think I would explode? Chat, be cool, bro. I feel like she should stop coming up to me, fan, as much. I feel like she should just tell me like over there, because I feel like it's a little awkward. Because then people are like, oh, he doesn't know me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I just gotta go with the flow. You gotta hit him with the casual. Oh,
This is
what's
the
your name
other
and what do
one.
you do? For people who don't know, because you gotta.
Is that is this better? You should wear a snappy hat. Fuck no. No, I don't have red accessories. What the fuck? Why would I have red accessories, dude? Shave one eyebrow. Bro, the coat is the problem, not the glasses. Shave your beard and your Gucci. She and Mao don't have beards. Okay, I'm banning this chatter for a day. The more motherfuckers say, yeah, it is the same as the Team America World Police Kim Jong-un puppet. Yes. For the record, yes, it is. Yes. I know. It's because he also has the yes, North Korea and Dr. Evil also wear the Zhongshan suit. That's what I'm going for. But like you're hella late. You should head out soon, bro. You think I don't fucking know that? I know I'm late. I know I'm late, chatters. Red won over the gold, by the way. What do you want me to do? I can't fucking I can't do anything. I'm waiting for Austin. Are you streaming the awards or not? No, I'm gonna fucking raid Cutie. Oh, I think Austin is here. All right, I'm raiding Cutie Cinderella and I'm gonna be out. Can't wait for him to say I'm the reason why he's late. Anyway, see you guys on the other side, everybody. Bye-bye. All right, I'm coming.